Champions, Mr. Eno. Champions, Mr. Eno. Champions, Mr. Eno. Let's go! Fight, fight, fight! Time, RBS Cup champion, Mr. Eno. Let's go! Fight, fight, fight! Time, RBS Cup champion, Mr. Eno.
This is the first major tournament for 2025 for the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions. This is the Philippine Poker Tournament. 934 entries generated, bringing the 4 million guaranteed or shattering 4 million guaranteed prize pool. And now it reads at 5,557,000. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jester India. I will be your caster for this afternoon as we bring you the final table of the Philippine Poker Tournament. And let me give you the rundown. At seat number one with 1,920,000, Ireneo June Avalera. At seat number two, Brian Romero with 3,400,000. Seat number three, Romel Rotman Calderon with 3,730,000. Seat number four is Edmond Rebadulia with 630,000. Seat number five, Reynaldo Ray Ong with 2,270,000 in chips. Seat number six is Raymond Imperio with 2,830,000. Seat number seven, Renemar Revo David ang paparating 2,670,000. Seat number eight, Jojo Chung with 2,610,000. And rounding up the final nine, representing Metro Team Pro, Lemor Rock and Roll Patulot with 3,100,000. So after eight, seven flights of qualifying round, We are down to the ultimate nine final table of the Philippine Poker Tournament. All of these nine players are now assured of a bonus seat or a main event seat to the upcoming 55 million Philippine Poker Million. May mga seat na po sila. Yung value ng seat na yon is 55,000. This is the first hand. Jun Valera with King 8 suited. Early position. Ray Ong, who is just here in the Philippines, just visiting. He is based in the United States. Raymond Imperio, who is no stranger in the final table of the Metro. Revo David, who has been very impressive in his improvement, a relatively newbie in Philippine poker circuit, but has really impressed a lot of people with his improvement in the game. Let's go to our live stream viewers. Red Ish is railing for Revo David. Miguel Mortos was thinking of grinding poker dito sa Pilipinas. What's the tax situation? There's no tax, Miguel. Winnings in facility run by PAGCOR or Philippine Games and Amusement Corporation is tax free as long as they are winnings. It's different situation in the States. In the States, you get taxed with your poker winnings. Here in the Philippines, you don't. King 9 suited for Brian. Brian is sitting with 3.4 million. Just to give you, just to guide you on the denomination of the chips. You see, you're seeing two colors of chips. The gray chips are worth 10,000. The pink chips are worth 50,000. So stack of pink is 1 million. Tito Pizarro, happy watching to you. Ray Ong with King Queen off. Nicolas Rivera, may pamangkin. Maraming salamat. Thank you for the greeting. The same as last year, we are this is a working birthday for me. CJ Jesse U, happy watching from Kainta. Ray Ong folding King Queen off. Wow. Everybody's folding. 10 Jack for Jojo Chung. Jojo Chung also a perennial deep runner in a lot of Philippine poker tournaments, local tournaments here. Lemar Patulot will be defending his big blind with ace 9 suited. And he flopped top pair. Lemor leading out a bet on the turn with 250,000. Nothing to continue with for Brian. Here's the current chip count. We're on our third hand. JPM, thank you for the greeting. Luz Charles, thank you also. And he is railing for Lemor Patulot. With Ace King suited. UTG plus 3. All right, uncontested pot taken down by Ray Ong. Butch Monton, thank you for the greeting. Christopher Villanueva, naglalaro ako dati dyan sa Metro. Ngayon, dito na ako sa Dublin. Anyone coaching po for better run? Maraming nagko-coach ngayon. You can send me a PM. You can send me a private message so I can give you some options. Maraming salamat sa pagbate. Chito Pizarro, Alvir Innocentes, thank you. Railing for Rebo David. Ramon Pablo, railing for Rotman, thank you for the greeting. RJ Solteo is railing for Lemor Patulot. Well, Kaole, salamat sa pagbate. Thank you for the greeting, guys. Let's go back to the action. Rotman under the gun with pocket tens. Rotman also used to be a cash game player, now enjoying and improving in the tournament grind. Raise it to 230,000. Lines are currently 40,000, 80,000, and this is the difference now that we have entered the final table. In the qualifying rounds, ang format was big blind ante. Pero pagdating dito sa final table, as have been the tradition here at the Metro Card Club, the ante goes to a regular ante or shifts to a regular ante. Now everybody puts in a 10,000 ante every deal. Christopher Villanueva, walang no worries. Maraming salamat sa pagbate. Ututoy. Salamat, salamat. Pero ito, Rotman's tens will go up against Revo's Pocket Queens. Revo David, 3 bets to 600,000. And now it's folded back to Rotman. Robert Johnson Edrin, maraming salamat. Pagbate. Rotman is gonna make the call. Speed flopping top set, but Rotman with a 10 high flush draw checks it to Revo. Eight outer for Rotman. Revo's gonna bet 400,000 to a pot of 1.4. Rotman will be peeling off another street. His thinking is pocket 10 still good at this point, and spiking his flush on the turn. Now Rotman is ahead. Revo now has a 7 outer. He needs the board to pair or river his queen. X behind. River is at 10. Rotman is probably gonna lead out a bet here. Not because probably he thinks his 10 is good, but he probably thinks, oh no, but he only river a set. He's gonna check it, and I think Revo's option here is just to check behind or turn his hand into a bluff and bet hard. But Rotman is known to be a sticky player. There you go. Rotman showing his 10 high flush. And get he's gonna pad his lead. He's getting 1.2 million in addition, which brings his stack to 4.9. He is the chip leader coming into this final table, and he continues to be the chip leader at this point. Let me bring in my partner for this stream, an OG in Philippine poker. Uh, even a trailblazer, if I may say so. Partner po natin, lagi natin kasama sa mga major tournament final tables ng Metro Card Club. None other than Coach Ron Regis. Coach, magandang hapon sa'yo.
Checking the sound check. Good to see you on your birthday. I thought you would take a day off, but you never take a day off.
Coach, if you can hear me, I cannot hear you. All right. Edmond with pocket fours. Edmond open jams with 580,000 with pocket fours. 10-9 for Raymond Imperio. Ace Jack off for Revo David. We'll just have to fix some of the settings here as I see my partner Ron Regis, but I cannot hear his mic, so fix it. All right, Coach Ron, if you can hear me, let me let's do a sound check. Extra Manapat, maraming salamat sa pagbate. Cordapio Halimuyak. Shout out from World Series Poker 2018. Ere Vipolito, salamat sa pagbate. Coach Ron,
Sound check.
sarili ko yung naririnig ko.
Yep. I think it's a monitoring issue because the
I
stream
can
is
hear
picking
you
up
now.
my
The
voice.
problem is I can hear myself too. We're trying to fix here.
Okay, cool.
Naririnig ko rin yung sarili ko eh. Wait. Alam ko na ang problema. All right. Okay. Coach Ron,
Yep.
let me hear you. There you go.
All good.
We're good. All right. Ace King for June Talavera. June raising it to from the cutoff. Raising it to 300. Medyo malaki. Malaki yung raise dito.
No small ball here.
Yeah. Well, June is he's been a regular of local tournaments. I see him playing a lot of tournaments in the integrated casino poker rooms. And his gameplay would be just about in that era that you'd expect this kind of races.
Yeah, a little bit of profiling, but sometimes you can sit at a table and kind of see what generation of poker player up against, and then more or less malalagay mo siya sa a certain
Oh,
playing style.
yes, yes, indeed. Eto, that's the current chip count. Interestingly, Coach Ron, Revo David, who is the comparatively the newest or siya yung pinakabago or pinakabata na poker player rito, he is on a back-to-back final table. The last major tournament of Metro Card Club closing 2024 was the Christmas special, which he binked, siya ang champion. And now, this is the first major tournament of Metro for the year 2025, and he is at the final table.
Sobra efficient. Yeah, he just final tables the majors.
Yeah. And for those asking, Alex Lai, who also made a deep run, he is the defending champion of this major tournament. But he busted out yesterday in our featured table. And earlier this afternoon, the runner-up and was one of the chip leaders coming into the final day, Zardi Rivera, also failed to make it to the final table, busting at 11th place. So semi-bubble ating runner-up last year. Brian raising it to 160, 2x. Balikbayan, Ray Ong.
It's barely callable.
Yeah, it's just
I say barely because if we stay at big blind ante, of course, he's can call much wider, but this is regular ante.
yes, regular ante. It's
So
just
I'd
at
say that
the threshold, the
right,
the limit of your range, of your calling range there
it's
in
right
that spot.
outside there. It can get you into trouble. Let's see if Ray is the kind of blind defender who's one and done, or if he just wants to float one C bet just to make a statement.
I think it's the first one, if my memory of his gameplay is correct. He's somewhat sort of a straightforward player.
He could be opening himself up to abuse from Brian if he continues to play this way and doesn't catch a flop.
Was Joven Huerto, the hardworking marketing manager of Metro Card Club. Thank you for the greeting, but I prefer Gcash.
He says Gcash sent. Check your account for a 100 peso transaction.
Which I don't believe because my Gcash has reached its monthly limit. So it cannot receive anymore. I have a Pay Maya though for the same
The
number.
next message will then be funds have been returned. Sorry.
Sorry. Oh. Sayang.
You get one chance.
Yeah, so we're still complete here. Nine players still. If you have just joined this live stream or have just come across this live stream, this is the final table. Out of the 934 entries, the final 9 players for Metro Card Club's first major tournament, Philippine Poker Tournament, 4 million guaranteed. That guaranteed prize will have been shattered. Now stands at 5,557,000.
Always fascinating to see that when you're watching a final table in a field this big, you are looking at the top 1%. Imagine that.
Indeed, yes.
These
That's
guys
right.
are 1 in 100.
And this is a very tough format, if I may say so, Coach Ron, no? Because this is a play to the money. The qualifying rounds, the 7 qualifying rounds of this tournament was play to the money, which is 14% of the playing field. So medyo mahirap talaga. Rotman showing us this is typical of Rotman playing racing with a wide range, but he can afford to do so as he is the current chip leader with 4.5 million. Raymond Imperio will defend his big blind with King 6 suited. Nauuso na to ngayon eh. Siguro, I mean, even sa mga international tournaments na lagi nilang napapanood, Coach Ron, sa YouTube, nakikita nila itong mga suited na combos na to, laging dinedefend na.
Yeah, back in the day, they said suitedness really only adds 2% to your chances. But outside of just that statistic, it's just also that you have to defend your big blind quite wide para hindi ka maabuso.
Oo.
So,
Eto,
yeah, plan A is to make the flush. I was gonna say plan B
Raymond
was the semi
Imperio.
bluff. Now he doesn't need
Oo.
plan B.
He should have bet on that turn.
Yeah, last chance to get value here.
And I think he's gonna get it. Let's see if Rotman, nakatipid na siya ng dalawang street eh.
You can fold it because a lot of hands have an ace. But
Right.
and an ace, even an ace might just go check call from out of position. So just betting out here is really too strong for a queen to call.
Ito, if I may say so, no, makikita ko rito yung improvement ni Rodman. Back in the day when he was just coming from the cash game grind to the tournament, this is an auto call for Rodman regardless. But now I can see him really studying and he's gonna make a disciplined fold. Wow, that goes to show the improvement of this guy rather. Testament niyo lagi na siyang nagdi-deep ngayon.
Well, he doesn't have the ace, so it's very likely that the man defending the blind does have the ace.
That's right.
And really not a lot of misdraws at the end there that would be bluffing.
Yes.
Especially a pot that
Alright,
didn't get
Cheer de
bloated.
Le- Yeah, Cheer de Leon, shout out. Rovi. Who else? Jonathan Argamosa, our friend from Cavite. Rap sa Budol. Si Nathan Jo. Shout out sa'yo. Happy watching. Jeremy Catalig, thank you for the greeting and he's railing for Lemor. Jing Leong Strong, railing for Rotman. Batang Taytay. Ricky Singapan, congratulations on the deep run. He busted out at 12th place. You're familiar with Ricky Singapan, Coach Ron, Uncle Ricky.
Yeah, we saw him in a few streams ago. Well, you must see him more often than I.
Yes.
Definitely watched him in a couple
you
final tables.
must remember he is an icon in Philippine poker. He's the oldest living Filipino poker player. And he is moniker right now isang alamat ng alamat. All right, Jonah Lavera doesn't want to play his ace high. Everybody's folding. This is just the 9th hand of this final table. Edmond. The oven toaster hand doesn't want to play it. Ray at the button. He's got the advantage of position. Let's see if he's going to make use of that. No, he won't. Now, this is a blind versus blind scenario. Raymond Imperio against Revo David ang paparating. King 8 off for Raymond. We've yet to see the hand of Revo. Oh, hindi pa niya na ilalagay sa box.
Yeah, it already looks like a race to 160.
Yes. Just 2x, but Revo doesn't want to engage. So uncontested pot taken down by Raymond Imperio.
I like Raymond setting the tone there. Let's see if he is going to keep that up in blind versus blind battles.
Yes. Shout out to Enzo Arceo from who's working at Taiwan, Taipei right now in the Asian Poker Tour. Carlos Cortez, magandang hapon. Rovi, shout out po, nutritionist of Kinetics Lab. Junabalia, thank you for the greeting. RB Baldomero, thank you for the greeting. Kailangan ko nga pasalamatan tong mga to eh. Just yung mga taga-Kinetics Lab, nutritionist daw, watching from Mandaluyong. Happy watching to you guys. Lemor Patulot, the newest member of Metro Team Pro. Under the gun.
And why not? It just seems like every time I do a final table stream, he's
You
sitting
see
on it.
Lemor there, no? Oo nga. Ito yung Lemor and the other guys represents that new breed of Batang Metro, honed and polished at the Metro Card Club. But this time he's gonna go up against the best starting hand in No Limit Hold'em, Coach Ron. Sabi nga ni Noel Zarate, American Airlines.
Oh my goodness. If you learned poker in 2004,
That's what you're gonna call this.
now if you learned in the 2010s in this country, you would call it something else.
Yeah. Deriving from the jargons of the billiard players playing poker. All right, Lemo racing it to 190. Remember, the blinds are 40,000, 80,000 right now. And Raymond Imperio just re-raced him to 590, which is quite big.
It's pretty hefty given he's got 2.8 behind. So Lemmer cannot just flat call this and be out of position.
That's right. Wow. That's one way of ensuring aces doesn't get cracked.
And also, if Lemmer is raising with a really strong hand, kings, queens, jacks, there's a good chance you get all the chips in the middle right away, which is what you want to do as a poker player, is get all the chips in the middle while you're ahead.
That's right. Pero if you know the gameplay right now have tremendously changed, like to the new breed of players right now. I mean, that move with aces will not be so popular.
You mean the 3-bet from the button?
Yeah, the 3-bet that big, the bet sizing.
The bet sizing, yes. You want to leave room to get 4-bet in case somebody wants to try a 4-bet as
basically
a
you want to
bluff.
get called. You want to get called. Anyway, you have aces in possession. So like marami nagsasabi, ang hirap makakuha ng aces sa tournament, and the one thing you want to do when you get them, pakitain mo. I mean, get
You want to
some
make the
chips
most
from it.
of it. The most of it. And
Yeah.
and if the pre-flop raise is one of those click raises, min raises, I mean, you won't be too happy to just take that down.
That's right.
Now, if you're terrified of playing post-flop, then by all means, oversize your bets. But the new breed of players, they play post-flop so differently, so many different moves that there's opportunities always for your aces to pick up a big pot, even if you start small.
Yes. Ito, Raymond Imperio racing from the cutoff. Jojo Chung with King 3 suited.
He's
not
looking
gonna
like a
defend.
maniac right now. He's coming off a 3-bet, so it looks like he's just riding some momentum, but he's actually got a raising hand.
Oh, now let's see. It's Lemor's turn to 3-bet.
Time for us to watch and learn.
Yeah. No, he's just gonna flat this.
It's a great opportunity for us to see one of the ways that you can play this hand from the big blind.
This flop favors Lemor's range.
Well, there are some pocket pairs that do well here.
Raymond bets 200.
Yeah, got to stick around for one street.
Yes, eto na.
Immediately you see the difference of how a player like Lemmer would defend the big blind versus a
Yes,
common player.
that's right. And Raymond Imperio is gonna check
Yeah.
here.
Asking the question, can you
Unless
fire
the
twice?
board, that's the board changes in Raymond Imperio's favor. Yeah, but nonetheless, I mean, Lemor's actually ahead of this hand, but
Yeah,
they
Lemmers,
don't
he's
know
got a
that.
check calling hand. He does not
Yes,
necessarily need to bet here. A lot of
right.
hands, some hands have a stronger ace kicker.
Gonna lead out a bet of 90. Oh, I'm 40.
He's decided he will dictate the price of this showdown because check calling 300 might be a bit harder.
Look at
And
that.
look at this.
Raymond
This is called a
Imperio
very
preparing to
thin,
call
very.
him
It's
with
a
a
thin
king
value
high.
bet. A king eye bluff catcher. Wow, Lemmer actually bet for value. Can you imagine?
Even extracted, and
Oh,
that's
well done.
that's one thing that I don't want to happen to me. Like you make a hero call only to find out an ace high beats you at the very least. Diba?
It's something I always hear you say. You know, I know you have nothing, but my nothing can beat
But my
your
nothing
nothing.
has to beat your nothing. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's always one of my filter when considering a hero call. I know you have nothing, but my nothing has to beat your
That's,
nothing.
I mean,
That's
you don't win the pot by getting it half right. You can't say,
that's right.
I knew it. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well
Jason
said.
Sonsa from our Facebook live stream is railing for Lemor who just took down that pot. Magandang hapon sa'yo. By the way, to all our viewers, this live stream is being casted both in the official Facebook of Metro Card Club and the official YouTube channel. All you have to do is search for Metro Card Club in YouTube. I think the advantage, as I always say, of watching this Coach Ron sa YouTube is you can actually rewind the plays. That's not possible when you're watching through uh, Facebook live
Yeah,
stream.
when you watch on FB Live and it's still live, you really can't scrub back and forth. So, huge advantage because you can review hands
Mm.
and then catch up.
Tuwan-tuwa si Deuce Charles sa ating YouTube live chat. Sick value is saying.
Talk about that's called by definition a thin value bet. There aren't almost any hands that are gonna call you that you can beat, but he got one of them to do it.
Okay, I think game is paused or I think that's the time that we're trying to resolve one of our technical issues.
Could be just trying to refresh the chip counts as they have to do often.
That also.
Of course, we are hoping we can get some table sounds.
Yeah. There are streams in the past that we get to hear the table chatter. Let me.
I mean, it's not just the banter we're looking for, but sometimes we get to hear who is the first person to want to negotiate.
So we're told that our table boom mic was or encountered troubles in the past, and I think they've yet to fix it. So we're just gonna be good with lip reading what these guys are saying.
Bit of a different
Brian raised it
experience.
to 220,000. Malaki tong raise na to ni Brian, ha? Under the gun. Very
Brian did
risky
start.
move
He started as a
to
chip
raise
leader
this
when we
big, no?
started the final table. It's risky, but some players still think it negates his advantage. But I don't necessarily agree anymore
Yeah,
because
it's
180
just
or 170 will do the job.
that's right. As it protects you, once that there are players, a lot of players have to act after you, and once they get against or three betting hands, you can't necessarily defend a6 off.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's an extra
three bet.
30, 40K, 50K that you might have wished you would save if you intend to fold to a 3-bet. Plus, it
All
makes
right,
the
so we
pot
see Jojo
bigger.
Chung. Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
that's one of the upside. You bloat the pot just in case you eventually win it. And
Just
see
in case you
Jojo Chung
flop two
defending
sixes.
on the button.
Well, on the other side of that coin, it's harder to navigate because you're out of position and the pot's bigger. So how comfortable
Yes.
can you play a big pot? It's 650K about SPR3 for Jojo.
A very familiar flop for us.
Yeah, it's a
Jack
classic,
7 deuce.
a definition of a dry flop right there.
Remember when we were both grinding cash games, and we have a side bet for this. Every time a flop shows the jack, the 7, or a deuce, or a combination of any two of this end. All right,
Yeah,
so Brian checked the flop, and Jojo Chung took that opportunity to try and take this down. That's 150.
wow, he's check calling quite a different line here. He gave up
Yeah,
initiative. Now he's playing out of position without initiative, and it's totally dry.
this might just work for him if Jojo will. If Jojo was just it, if it was just a one stab attempt, he checks
Well,
again. If
let's
Jojo,
see if Jojo
let's
can
see.
empty the clip here because he's trying to rep some
I hope
kind of
Jojo
middle to
can
top
pull this
pair.
off. I've seen him done this move. I've seen him win pots by bluffing out his opponent. There you go.
Yeah, he
Not gonna
really has
give
no
up
choice
here.
now because he
Yes.
he bet on Jack 7 deuce, signifying a hit. We can see he's got
Ito
absolutely
na
nothing but.
pag ito naitawag pa to ni Brian eh.
It's gonna be so much
Bibili ba
fun
ako
on
sa
the
kanya?
river when we get a
Yeah.
blank because Brian's gonna have to face a third bet for sure. Jojo's not going to showdown. It's a check
Ooh,
raise.
wow!
What a read!
What a read
You
for
know, it's
Brian.
not
Look
it's
at
not also it's
that.
not just a read. It's
Oh.
just the board is so dry. If you have a hand like Ace Jack, you just can't stand that race.
You know, I don't have much table time against Brian, so this is the first time I'm seeing him play. So
That
wow,
was
this is a
very
good move.
cold-blooded. Check call,
Yes.
check race like a flop top set.
Parang nakabukas yung barahan ni Jojo Chung against Brian Mero in that play. Wow.
The move is so strong. I mean, you would fold Ace Jack,
Yes, indeed.
and you
Indeed.
certainly fold Ace 7 or any other smaller hit. The only thing that doesn't fold there, someone with a set, maybe an overpair, or someone desperately drawing to that diamond, which came on the turn as a redraw. So what a great move on that texture. Impressive.
All right, let me just give a shout out to Miss Raquel Simbahon who just sent us 100 stars. Wow, thank you, madam. Thank you for sending stars. I hope you're enjoying some of Philippine Poker's finest action. Boss Popoy Lagman, maraming salamat sa pagbati. Jeff Calma liking that move of Brian Romero. Miko TP is rating for Rutman and Edmond. All right, 13th hand of this final table. Ngayon ko lang napansin, no, yung hoodie ni Rotman, yung baliktad na Air Jordan. Parang first time ko nakakita ng ganyang ano.
What is that? A wartime Air Jordan hoodie?
When it's the upside down.
Yeah.
Like, parang if you look at the evolution of designs now for the urban wears and the apparels, like you have that inverted swoosh for Nike. Di ba? All right, Lemor Patulot folded to him at the button. Of course, he's gonna take advantage of this. That queen nine off.
Not often you have opportunities folded to you on the button. We didn't see what Mr. Javaliera folded.
Yeah. Or baka late lang yung graphics natin. I think yeah.
There we go.
Brian folded 6-2. So wala talaga yung kay Jun Javalera. All right, again, this is the final table. We're still 9 players of the Philippine Poker Tournament. 4 million guaranteed. Happening here at the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions. We're bringing you the action. Me and my partner, my name is Chester Incha, together with Ron Regis. Metro Card Club is located inside the Metro Walk Complex in Ortigas, Pasig, in front of Marco Polo Ortigas. Very easy to find us. Searchable in ways.
That is the man to watch, the low man on the totem pole. Gonna have to make a move, but not yet. He's gonna take one more round of blinds and antes. But he's getting
Play on
down
with
to it.
suited connectors. Not a fan of suited connectors.
I'm a fan of these suited connectors.
Raymond Imperio. Ace Jack suited. Raise it to 100,000. Sorry, not 100,000. I'm sure he raised more. There you go.
Gotta be.
Raise it to 270.
Well, hello. He's going to get 3-bet again. These two have tangled
That's right.
twice
I was
already.
about to say that. Yes.
I mean, we're only in hand 14, and they've 3-bet each other pre-flop once each already. Lemmer with a
Ooh.
call. Oh, you know what?
Interesting move.
Lemmer didn't 3-bet either when he defended earlier with the ace-jack. So
Ace Jack.
he's balancing this out, I guess, and he does have position. Also, it might induce a squeeze from the big blind.
This is something that I wanted. I was consciously trying to add to my repertoire, but always forget it when I was when I'm in the actual moment.
Let me guess, you get too excited.
Yeah, something like that, or for some reason I always forget. 5 high flop. Imperio with a gut shot.
It's actually a great hand. He's got runners, he's got overcards, and Lemmer's just waiting
Right.
to snap up that C bet, but it didn't happen. So now he has to make some kind of value bet here.
It's
Got the
330,
gut shot,
of
the 2
course. I think
overs.
Raymond, yeah.
Absolutely call. I mean, you can't check
Raymond
fold
Imperio.
as the pre-flop raiser, right? I mean,
right.
you just don't see that.
See if this is gonna be an action stopper for Lemore. Possible flush.
I don't think so. He's
But
got that queen of
he has a
hearts.
redraw to the queen high flush draw, and he's gonna bet again.
Well, no runner flush for Raymond. No shame in giving this up now.
There's fold. Lamor Patulat now sitting at 4.9 million. Enough to take over being the chip leader over Rotman. Let's go to our live stream comments. Eric Bernardo, maraming salamat sa pagbare. Shoutout from Melbourne, Australia. Uy. Happy watching to you. Is Raquel Simbahon. Thank you for the greeting. Jeff Ballester is railing for Revo and Lamor. Raymond Nares is railing for Revo David. Gab Marcelino, thank you for the greeting. Giovanni Regidor, thank you also. Giovanni railing for Lamor. Big shout out to my brother who just celebrated his birthday, Ashby. Tatu Ashby Rivera. Kailangan ko siyang i-shoutout kasi may promise sa akin to, coach. Penguin ang promise sa akin ito.
Penguin? What is a penguin?
It's a flightless bird that you can find in the Arctic. All right, we continue with our final table here. Wala pang casualty. All nines complete.
Well, the low man is in the big blind.
Yeah, we're talking about Edmond Rebadulia. Imperio with ace-8.
Edmund's been hanging on for a while. He did come into the final table as the short stack, so I would venture to guess he's been short stacked for most of this day.
Actually, I was in the table with him. I think he's the guy who busted me out yesterday. If I'm not mistaken. He just sat down. The table were balanced. He sat down at our table. I had 12.5 bigs. I was given, folded to him. I was given ace-9 suited. I jammed and he sat down to an ace-king.
Well, if he has ace-9 now, that would be quite a coincidence.
Yeah. Lamor with anong tawag dito ni Noel?
Anna Kournikova.
Yeah. Anna Kournikova. So there's the chip count. As we've said, Edmond Rebadulia, 4.7 bigs. He has to make some moves here.
Yeah, he does not have the luxury of waiting too long because we got regular antes here. So he's paying for every deal.
Again, let me just add on top of the cash prize that these 9 players are getting, they're also getting a main event seat to the upcoming 55 million? 55 million Philippine Poker Millions.
Yeah, $1 million pot right there.
Oops. We see 3 cards in front of Raymond Imperio.
He's playing Crazy Pineapple. Second deal in a row. Guess the cards are a bit stuck together.
So it's gonna be a missed deal, as one player was dealt with 3 cards. This happens when the cards, because of the light, the heat affecting these cards, they tend to get sticky, and it's a sign to replace them. So I think it's gonna be replaced soon enough. Alan Oriola, shout out to you and thank you for the greeting. I wonder paano nila nalalaman na birthday ko ngayon.
The age of social media. Every chat app will tell you whose
Yeah.
birthday it is.
Sergio Morgan, my friend from Norway. Shout out watching from Makati. Christian Fernando, thank you for the greeting.
Yeah,
Mrs.
it's a bit
Pino
of a
also.
different flavor now because now it's not thanks for remembering. It's just thanks for taking the time to be
Yeah.
reminded.
Yeah. Doc Lorenzo Puig, our internal medicine doctor from Las Piñas Doctors Hospital. Thank you for the greeting. Anong handa natin? Wale. Ito nga, oh, nagtatrabaho. Alipin ng salapi.
Ibang mesa ang hinanda mo.
Oo. Oh, ang handa natin. Siyam na players.
It's a new deck, blue backing on this new
Yes.
deck.
Right, with David, A7. Not interested. He wants to finish his dinner
It's a good
before
excuse
making
to play
moves.
tight. I mean, you don't want to bust out and then have to hang around to finish your food. It's very
That's
awkward.
right.
Or you have to you have to move the food to another table because you're not done. It's just not a good look.
Rotman from the bottom has ace queen.
Let's see if Edmund can be shipping it light here just because it's a button race, but he's got to have at least
Yes.
an ace.
Oh,
And
I think
this is
he
the
will.
kind of hand.
He
This
will.
is
He's gonna do.
exactly
Yeah.
what we're talking about. I mean, the button's racing so
Oh
wide.
wow!
Wow! He got out of that one.
Wow! Wow! Wow!
Hard to
Wow!
find a player who will look down at that
Oh my
facing,
God! Yeah.
quote
What
unquote,
discipline?
only a button race.
That's right. It's
'Cause
what you want to see facing a button race. You want to
yeah,
see an ace suited
you want to
hand,
ship
but
over it and
wow!
not get called and take the dead money, and that would have been a good result.
Galing,
Of
oh.
course,
Yes.
we know he would have been in trouble, but I'm
Right.
still a bit impressed that he could find a fold there.
I have to. Paulo Mendez, thank you for the greeting.
Maybe the plan is to climb that payout ladder. What are they guaranteed right now?
48,000. 48,000 in cash prize plus a main event seat worth 55,000.
Well, that's already 100 grand
Yeah, that's already a
for the
six-figure
ninth place finish.
payout.
And what's our pay jump like? I'm trying to figure out if it's worth folding ace four of clubs.
From 48, you jump to 57.
Bit of a
So 9,000
9,000
difference.
pay jump, but if you want to jump more than one spot, you might want to make a move because there's no other short stack. I mean, there's no one. You're not waiting anyone else out. It's you.
Jojo Chung open the action, early position with ace 10 off.
Yeah, with the exception of Edmund,
Let's
most of
fold
these
that.
players can afford to fold and find a lot of good spots.
Wow, Ray Ong, King Queen, at the very minimum is gonna make this call. It's not the 3-bet type.
If
Pre-flop
he's
with
three
this.
betting, I prefer shoving with it with just the king queen, but so I don't mind him just calling here.
Raymond Imperio on the big blind is just gonna put in
He
the
doesn't
110
like
pa.
almost 6-1 for that suited
Yeah.
hand, but it's not the highest kind of suited hand and doesn't even connect. But it smashes the Jack 7-2 flops.
That's right. So this is gonna be heads up between Jojo Chung and Ray Ong.
Bit of Broadway on Broadway action. See, there's already a flop.
Jojo top pair, top kicker. Ray Ong with overcards, but I don't see him peeling off another street here.
Yeah,
Like I
you want to
said,
see
it's
at
very
least one
straightforward.
spade,
Yeah.
and there isn't one. And early in the stream, we saw him check fold after defending his blind. So if the players pick up on it, you got yourself a fit or fold target.
Current chip count, Lemar still at the top, Edmund still at the bottom. TB Martin, Alvin Madrid. Thank you for the greeting, sir. Jack 6 off for Jojo. Brian, who's been making impressive moves here at the final table, opens the action with pocket fives. Rotman with also a pair.
Well,
Ducks.
the new school would fold this. The old school would flat it.
Yes.
Let's see which school he went to. It's flat and hope
OG
no one
move.
gets any crazy ideas.
Right.
Well, the effective stack is big enough. If it's just between him and Brian, it's big enough to set mine. And I
Ray's
guess
gonna join.
he looked over at Ray, and well, Ray's not gonna go 3-bet crazy. So it's really down to, are the big blinds gonna see this? Let's see if the flop is success for any of the players. Ooh. That's
Mm-hmm.
something for everybody there, except for Ray,
Except Ray.
who got the wrong suited
Yeah.
hand for this.
Remember, Rotman beat the top set of Revo David earlier with the spade draw. Same scenario here, and he's in his mind, he's got reason.
Yeah, but that was a 10.
to-
This one is a 2. And this
It's still
isn't
gonna go.
Pusoy Dos.
Yeah, it's
2
a
is
quick
not the highest
call
flush.
from
Yeah.
Rotman.
Wow.
Even though it's a deuce, he's drawing to the straight flush draw.
That would be glorious if he gets that 3 of spades, but he would not get called unless the board pairs after that. Let's see how this develops.
Right color, wrong suit for Rotman.
Not too interesting. I like Brian's check here. He can check the raise, he can check the call. Definitely not check folding. And if Rothman takes the free card, Brian will have his read. So no, sir, do not take a free card, or else your hand is face up as a draw.
I think the check of Brian here would be the same move, check raise, but Rotman taking
Well,
that free card.
that would be super aggressive on a board that this wet.
Yes. Brian checking again, just contented to just bring this to the river.
Rodman has that my nothing can beat your nothing hand, but it is still pretty much nothing. And he doesn't have to show.
And Brian takes that 880K pot, bringing his stack to 4.6. Is that more than what Lemur has
Now,
now?
Lemor's close to 5 million, sitting around 4.9. He should still be chip leader here.
Ah,
Oh,
yes.
he's
Now it's
actually over
5.1.
5 now.
He's crossed the 5 million mark, yeah. Anthony Lectura, shoutout po sa asawa ko. Generous Reforma, happy birthday. Uy, ka-birthday. Jonathan Ma, shoutout from Bicol, Camarines Sur. Happy birthday. Thank you, sir. Francis Jen, happy watching.
Table's going to stay pretty tight as long as the micro stack of Edmund is still in play.
Lamar King Queen off under the gun. Raise it to 120.
I don't think he can raise to 120. That's not legal.
Sorry,
It's
220.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry, 220. Raise it to 220. Blinds right now is 50,000, 100,000. Regular ante of 10,000. June Havalera.
Wow, this is adventurous.
Will play
From
his suited one
early
gap.
position.
Yeah.
Very risky unless he feels the table is not a 3-betting table. But that is way early.
And it's getting folded down to Revo to be that the small blind. Queen Jack suited.
I mean, if he knew the big blind was never going to raise them out, he might venture
Just a
into this.
little over 10 bigs. No, the
Yes.
thing is sitting at a little over 10 bigs.
I mean, I wouldn't
facing a
mind him
raise and a
making a
call.
move here. Because the flat from that early position by June is quite peculiar. Well, Jojo doesn't have a hand, but maybe he might use his paintbrush and get creative here. I guess art isn't his thing.
Ace high flops.
Oh,
Ace
got
high
shot
flop
and
favors
running out.
Lemur. Checks.
You can see on the board, Jack 9-10 will put June ahead. Everything else, well, June likes it enough to bet. It would be rare to see a pre-flop raise or from under the gun check fold. Lemmer's already decided that he didn't like this texture against June.
Better call Paul. Wag ng 14 anyos na alak ang ibigay mo sa akin. 14 birch 3 advance na lang. th hand of this final table.
Or as it currently might be called, the Edmund deathbed. Everyone will be tight until those chips either double up or surrender. But there's no surrender in Edmund here. Not getting a hand either. I mean, he had one opportunity and he passed on it.
Right with the vid, taking advantage of his position. Facing with Jack 9's offsuit.
The old button raise.
Jojo Chung looking at Revo, trying to get some read if he can push him away with his 9-6 suited. Queen high for Lemor. I don't think he's gonna play this.
What I really like about Lemur is it doesn't matter if he's the chip leader at the table. He's not gonna get splashy. I mean, earlier he check folded as the
Yes.
pre-flop raiser. That saves chips. You know, he's not trying to win every pot he's in, and that's an underrated skill set.
I agree. Lemor's game is so polished right now that well, testament to that is his consistent showing, deep runs in tournaments that he play. Doc Jeric Medina, shout out, happy watching from Lipas City. Call sa birthday, o sige, better. Dapat padala mo na ngayon. This is the 21st hand. Still no casualty. 9 players.
Just not catching anything to go down swinging with, down to 3 bigs. And Edmund needs a real hand now. This might go blind versus blind. Steve Lemmer's going to set a tone.
And
Player in seat 1 has been quite passive. I think this is the right play against June. Is put the pressure on
I think
him.
it's the right size because smaller races, June tends to
He does tend
be
to defend.
sticky. I think Lemmer recognizes that. Hence the adjustment in his bet sizing.
Those little subtleties, those little adjustments is really, you know how they say 2 minutes. This game takes 2 minutes to learn and a lifetime to master. So it's that lifetime that teaches you those little adjustments.
That's true. Just
And
thank our live stream viewers greeting us. Dave Ang, Boss Dave Ang. Thank you, Engineer Winnie Obedosa. Thank you for the greeting and his trailing for Lamor Patulot. Doc Jeric Medina, thank you also for the greeting. Edmond still cannot find.
it cannot get worse than that last hand. The next
Yeah,
hand
yeah,
must be
and
better.
you can see the frustration in his body language and the way he wants to pull his hair even though there's none.
I think that part of his day is over. There's nothing left to pull. Also, I think he's waited too long to make a move. And now he just needs a real hand because he could just get called by the big blind.
This is where that skill of or the importance of computing your cost per round, how many costs per round you still have, comes into play sana kanina for Edmond.
They used to call it M. I don't know if they still call it that.
Well, a lot of players tend to discount it based on big blinds. How many big blinds you still have? Juna Valera picked the wrong time to race with King 5. This is gonna
I like
face
the
a three
intention.
bet.
It's blind versus
Yes.
blind. Can't just roll over. You got to scramble for chips. But here's the thing:
Oh,
you said he's sticky, and he's just
I,
proving it there. Flat call out of position. Maybe he thinks Brian's just making a move, and that's
oh,
gonna
and he
work
gets
out for him.
lucky.
Wow, already 2 overs, and it really hate to be in a 3-bet
What
pot.
a one.
And it's the all-in flop dunk bet, making it easy for Brian to fold, unless he thinks June does
Why
this
do you
with
want
a
to
flush
hit top
draw.
pair and not get at least something for it?
I think he figures he was SPR1, so he makes the move.
Is he? Oh, yes.
Right about there, I think the pot
Almost.
was
Yeah.
1.3.
Yeah, almost. That's right.
And, get the chips in while you're ahead, or get destroyed by Ace King, whichever may happen. The only thing Brian can consider is if June does this with a draw. Something like Ace 9 of Hearts.
And
But
if that
even
was the intention of June, it's gonna that's a very good move.
ultimately, it would be too splashy to call there.
At ang Lawin Warbirds. Shout out to P3 watching at Wild Aces. Uy. Shout out to our Kabalens there in all the poker rooms in the Pampanga area. Thank you for the greeting, sir. Ang Lawin Warbirds. Edmond, under the gun.
What are you gonna do here, Chester? I mean, he's under the gun. He's gonna take the blinds and the antes and the small blind, and
Now with
he's
this hand,
waited too
I'd
long.
rather wait for the next hand.
This is what I'm saying. Like it's too late now because he has no fold equity. So he needs a
No, I'd
hand
rather
that can
you have
take a
no fold
flip.
equity. You might as well. Yeah, you might as well. Like you said, that time to just make use of your fold equity is long gone, as
Yeah, it's
far as
gone.
Edmund is concerned.
And it's equally sad when you consider he might double up, but that doesn't get him anywhere. He did start the final table with 630,000, but the blinds were much smaller then.
I think it just failed to capitalize on some spots which he could have, you know, make some moves. Joyce Evangelista, on the other hand, is watching us from Double B Poker Club in Lipa, Batangas. So from Pampanga to Batangas, north to south. Happy watching. Blind versus blind. Ryan against Trotman.
Very interesting. It's a gut shot for Rotman. Brian's got the single pair on a paired board. The Rotman gonna call a gut shot here? What is the dealer? He owes her a time bank, but she can charge him after the hand. And she wants to get paid now. Wish we could hear the table talk because Rotman is got Brian pretty entertained. And there's some kind of interview going on under that mask. Acting like he folded a 9. Blinds are up now. You can see on the screen on the upper left the tournament clock. And 60,000, 120,000 now. And we do have antes at the final table here. Looking at the top 1% of the field, the final table of this 4 million guaranteed tournament. Still 9 players remain. The action is going to start from under the gun. Rayong. Getting down there to just about 12 big blinds, but he's gonna pass on this hand for now. We've got the big blind. Edmund is the shortest stack at the table. I don't think he has more than a couple of blinds behind him. I mean, behind the blinds he's already posted. Revo's gonna raise with pocket tens from the middle position. I just think Edmund's mostly going to have to defend with whatever he has, unless it's a three-way. And let's see how Lemmer chooses to play this. He's taken a more skilled approach to his previous big hands. He's chosen not to 3-bet them and just flat call along. Let's see if he stays true to this, he might want to consider that the big blind might be committed here. So Lemmer's going to try to isolate or just take this down outright. I don't see what kind of choices Edmund's going to have as his stack is really short. Rotman can certainly fold. And Revo will have to consider after he sees the action here of the players in the blinds. So the question is, Edmund has the easiest hand to fold right now. He's only got 2 blinds. It doesn't get easier than this. It does not get easy. It would have been a bit to consider if he had even a king, but that made it really easy.
I wouldn't be surprised if Revo finds a fold here.
Yeah, I mean, look, Edmund's sitting on 2 big blinds. You don't want to bust right now.
And Lemmer has kind of made it easy also for Revo. He put him on the push and fold spot.
Yeah, it's half his stack. I think folding is a big thing to consider. Lemmer should be getting massive respect. He doesn't do this just because there's an opportunity. There's usually something behind it.
Right.
And anything behind this 3-bet is Looking really good against tens. Trying to commit Revo.
There's a fold.
That's well done all around, including the huge fold by Edmund from the big blind.
And one thing I like with the gameplay of Revo is where I just watching him yesterday and today. There's been several times that he's really short stack and is able to recover. It's one thing that's good with his gameplay is that he's really got a lot of patience when playing. Doesn't get rattled, doesn't panic when his stack is dwindling. Roy Pamplona, maraming salamat. Thank you for the greeting, brother. And for those who are asking, I'm bringing to you the action together with Coach Ron Regis. You might not see him often in the live grind. But it's very much you predominantly grind online ngayon, no?
Yeah, it's kind of
Not so
hard
much
when you
live.
have a 4-hour trip to Manila these days. So I might go as far as Lipa, but until we have a poker room here in the southeast of Luzon, I will mostly be staying online.
Alin 9 tapos call. Alin yung 9 call yung 10. Ano daw ko sila?
Jojo checking that flop. Brian checks behind also. Brian might stab here. Yes, he does. That's 150. And Brian takes down the pot against Jojo Chung. Jojo Chung with 1.5 million behind. It's just a little over 10 bigs now.
Yeah, such a different dynamic. You'd think the ace-8 might have played more aggressively, especially pre-flop, but not while Edmund is still around, because this is exactly what he wants. Just
Yes.
climb. It's not even about doubling up right now. It's just about climbing one more spot before his
Yes, which gives
exit.
players like Lemmer Patulot and Brian and even yeah, Lemmer and Brian to grind out the mid stacks. I'll put
Always look out
ICM pressure on this guys.
this
Our
dynamic.
friend Milbert Bautista, Coach Ron, says dito sa Tiaong, ganda ng laban since Thursday night.
And where is our invite? You're telling us this now.
Is it a 1 hour drive or 2 hour from Mauban to
I can
Tiao?
get I can get to Chaong in an hour, hour and a half, even if I take it easy.
Luna Valera with ace 9 off, early position. Edmond Badulia continues to lead.
Yeah, it's a live demonstration of blinding out, and it's a rare phenomenon to blind out completely.
There's the current chip count. Now Edmond is down to just one big blind. Literally, the term blinded out.
Yeah, yeah. I just said it's so rare to see someone get all the way down to it just from paying blinds and antes. But to be fair, you saw the cards he's got.
Yes, indeed,
N-
indeed.
He just he might have pushed 8
Mm,
high, but he couldn't even get that.
yeah, nothing decent.
Let's see if he keeps getting 5 high and below as he is headed to the
In
felt.
in some situations, I remember in the past, like when I'm in that spot, I just make it look like I'm looking at the cards, but I wasn't really, and
Yeah,
I just
yeah,
jam.
and do it much earlier. Otherwise, it's
Yeah.
Chinese water torture.
No, and I pick big players that are on the tighter side spectrum. So I just make it look like just
That's
flick
as
it,
good
make
as it gets. This is the best hand he's had. And it's all about just getting it in there and hoping you spike something because you're out no matter what. You might as well double up. I mean, I guess he's hoping there's
well.
an 8-way pot in the next hand, and he
Well, the thing is, he already paid for the blinds, and he's got, I mean, several hands that he can pick out
it is
much better hand than 9-7.
10,000 a hand, but it was folded to him, which means less players to be up against.
Pocket fives for Raymond Imperio.
I mean, Jester, when there's no time on the clock, you shoot whatever shot you can get.
That's true, also.
There are
That's
no
true.
more good shots or bad shots
Very
at that
true.
point.
Just throw a Hail Mary.
You just throw it up in the air, and maybe Aaron Gordon dunks it in.
Yeah. And then you get to shout, I'm him.
I mean,
Had to research. I read it in a post and had to research the explanation for that post. But I like Reeves, huh? I
you like
like him. I
you like
like
the
the way he plays.
confidence.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, even his game. Kid got
yeah,
game.
it's hard to shine that bright when you're under LeBron and Luca's shadow, but he's
LeBron and
doing it.
Luca.
He's doing it.
Yeah. Brian with Ace King.
Yeah, right now he's saying he's him.
Edmond continues
Unbelievable.
to
Just
be punished by the poker god.
yeah, he did something wrong this morning, and he has been paying for it. I mean, he's running so bad. He's the kind of guy he could order grab food right now, and the wrong order would come in. And once again,
Uncontested pot
yeah, look, no
for
one's gonna engage.
Brian
No,
Romero.
it's just unspoken, right? Nobody engages until Edmund figures out
Until
what he's
Edmond,
gonna
that's
do.
right.
You got a shout out from one of the OGs and one of the greatest point
Thank you for
guards I
the
never
greeting.
had the opportunity to play with. You know, this guy could dunk in his prime.
Yeah. Also, one of our grinder from the online poker league of Filipinas Poker, Randall Chua, Ranchudas. Thank you for the greetings, Randall and Drigo.
Rigo.
Mark Castaneda, shout out. Monching Serrano and Milbert, thank you also for the greeting.
Rigo, balik ka na sa isla. Been too long.
There you go.
Yeah, why not?
Finally, and look
Why
at
not
the
shove
hand
into aces? Of course.
of Ray Ong. Ray couldn't even decide what to do.
Yeah, it's tough. You wanna flat call, invite people in. You really don't wanna isolate a guy with less than one big blind. So he doesn't even
Yeah.
count right now. Ray, as far as Ray's concerned, how do I get someone else to isolate?
But Ray's gonna play his hand right. He raised it to
He's in the hijack.
350.
He's gonna get the minimum here. It's not a
Para
great
sama pa
spot.
ng loob.
I know. It's just neither of them like this. Ray doesn't like that.
Para
That's
sama pa ng loob mo na aces pa yung
yeah. His earnings
look
are
at the
capped.
reaction of Edmond. Ang tagal kong inantay to.
Tagal niya
Tagal
inantay
kong
ang King
inantay
2
to. Oh
offsuit.
my God. King high.
You
Ang
know
tagal
what?
kong inantay to.
Yeah, ship it with a couple of twos on the flop. Let's go.
Ang malupit nito, may sukli pa si Ray ata. From the blind. Oh my God.
Well, I don't see
Kai.
any runners. The spades are
At
covered. It's
even,
gotta go
yeah.
queen, running
Queen or
queen
a
10,
10.
running twos, running kings. Or he's dead on this turn if it bricks. Gotta be queen 10, king or 2 to keep going. There's one of it.
Two. Now it's
A king would be good, but the other twos have been folded. Bad news.
even if those aces get cracked, you wouldn't even feel bad about it. And finally, it's over.
You know
Pain is over for
the great
Edmond.
thing. The great thing for
Rebadulia.
Edmund, he gets to go home, and when they ask how he busted out, he gets to say, my opponent had
Blind to
aces.
Yeah. So Edmond next sits at 9th place. He gets 48,000 in cash prize plus a Philippine Poker Million main event seat worth 55,000. Still a six-figure payout for Edmond Rebadulia.
Come on, man, that was cruel. Cruel for both players.
So we're down to 8 players now.
Ray made the absolute minimum there. He did get the blinds and antes. So, yeah, a little bit more than the minimum.
Boss Chops Chua, RVS champion circa 20. What year was that? 21? 22? Basta, former RVS champion Christopher Chops Chua watching our live stream. Thank you for the greeting, sir. And thank you for the birch tree.
Let's
in
see
advance.
let's see players open up now that the micro stack
Now
is
that
gone.
yes. So blind versus blind again.
Yeah, Lemmer changed it up there. He just completed a blind. Like you said, probably already picked up that June is quite sticky as a defender of the blinds. Oh, let's see if Lemmer has 2 bets in him, as June might hang around with his gut shot.
Yeah, that's true.
And he does hang around. And now that he's missed, Lemmer's going to have to fire again. Not quite chopping. That jack will play.
Hammer gives up because the flush draw also and the straight draw materialized.
Yeah, that 8 connects
Yeah.
with everything.
So Juna Valera taking down that pot against Lemmer Patulot. We're currently at level 30 with 19 minutes to go. The blind 60,000, 120,000. There's the current chip count. Revo David is now at the bottom with less than 10 bigs.
He's got some
But I
company
think
down there.
Revo would know the windows of where he can exploit some
I don't.
spots.
You don't think he waits that long, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Just wait till your opponent has aces. That's when you shove.
Rotman with connectors. I think he was just telling me this is his favorite hand. 8-9. He's telling me earlier that if there's a 3-bet, if there's an open and a 3-bet, don't get surprised if you see me playing 8-9.
This is
That's
my
my
least favorite connector, just because I've flopped straights in 3-bet pots and lost to ace king. It just when I
that's
play
the
it,
danger of
I just keep
flopping
getting 10 jack queen.
with this combo. Yeah, jack queen 10 jack.
Talk about
And
a
it worked.
long
Nobody has
range.
anything to call him out with.
Yeah,
Uncontested pot for Rotman.
He stole those blinds all the way from Mauban, Quezon. He had to go the full circle.
Yeah. Mark Andrew Ragudo and Better Call Paul. Oh, thank you for the greeting. Better Call Paul says, kagabi ko pa pinagno-novena si Lemor. Who knows? That might just work here.
Iba yung pinagnovena sa pinagtirik na kandila, ano?
Yeah. Iba yun eh. Jo Chung, Queen 10. This is something that he likes to play. Won't be surprised if he opens the action with this hand.
Like
Raise it to 250.
250. Interesting.
Lemmer knows that Jojo is medyo with a wider racing range. So he might just 3-bet this.
Certainly an option, but Lemmer's been the flatting machine.
Yeah.
I think he enjoys his position and he enjoys his advantage. I feel like he must know there's some significant experience advantage because he's very comfortable just flatting. And it's not because he's passive.
Yeah. Rotman with a squeezing hand, but he'd rather call with it.
Yeah, he passes on that opportunity. This is textbook facing a race and a call, and you got one of those Broadway aces, but he decides not to do it, and
this is
dynamite. It's dynamite. Top two
that
versus
we want. Everybody has a reason to stay. and pay whatever Jojo will fire here.
Joe just gonna charge them for a turn, and they might
It's
buy one.
almost SPR1 with this the pot 890s got 1 million.
I like betting
I'd
like 400
rather,
here.
yeah, milk it. That's 350.
Well, you play the king jack to flop this. Only thing missing is the hearts, but the open ender and 1 over.
Now the question here for Lemmer is that tiningnan na niya yung stack ni Jojo Chung the remaining behind eh.
Yeah, is he ever
So
folding when he
ilalatingan niya
misses?
to. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
because when he
gonna
misses, I mean, he's not folding when he
right.
bets 650 into 3 million.
Yes, that's true.
Because
And
for an
that
open ender,
makes Rotman's decision easy at this point. See, he has the calling chips ready, but with that move of Lemor, he's gonna have to let go.
I don't even know why he has the calling chips ready. Like he's got a gut shot that's 10-1, and Jojo doesn't have 3.5 million. Lemmer does though.
Jojo, Lemor
Now
down
this
to a 6-outer. You can see it
I
on top of the screen.
Yeah, I think the only reason he hesitates is just in case he misread his hand. He needs to make sure it is indeed Queen 10. And now that he's seen it, there is no reason to delay right now. Even if
Yeah, I
Lemmer
wonder
shows
what's
up with it
taking
set,
him.
this is a no-brainer. You're never
Yeah,
folding.
there.
I mean, on this texture, it's almost a slow roll. It's blocking the sets of queens and tens. So if he was afraid of a set, it would have to have been deuces, and there really wasn't anything
Right.
else to consider folding to.
I think the pause was that realization. Oops, I'm gonna be putting my tournament life on the line here
This
now.
is it. This better hold. But what better spot than, mm, you know, rainbow flop, top two pair.
Jojo Chung
That's
just
clean.
needs to fade an ace and a 9.
So two aces have been folded. And that's clean.
And it did, so it's a double up for Jojo. Lemmer going
That's
down
a
to 3
it's
M.
a pretty significant hit. It was over 1 million. So Lemmer's down below the 4 million mark now.
That spot ni Lemor, yan ngayon ang debate din over some of the tournament grinders. Like some will say, you flat, you missed it, you just peel off one street, and then
Well,
you let it go.
I think the debate would have to revolve around pre-flop because once he calls and he gets that flop, he's getting 5-1.
Right.
Which is really good enough to draw an open ender with a possible king as an out in case the guy has one pair. So, I mean, it
That's
plays
why I was
itself
saying
once he
earlier, it
flops it.
would have been. I was saying earlier, he should have realized or he should have remembered that Jojo has a wider open range. So I would have liked it better if had he 3-bet with his king jack in that spot.
It doesn't seem to be the space Lemmer is in right now, but maybe he'll change that strategy later. But so far, he's been playing very carefully, keeping pot small.
We've in that stage of the tournament na medyo swinging na. Like one hit, you see Jojo short stack now. He's in the middle. Lemor on top earlier now also. With just
Yeah,
one hand plummet
with
in the
with
middle.
no real micro stacks, there's a lot of parity. So any hit really shakes up the standings.
Reminiscent sa akin to nung when I was in the RVS Cup final table na I was looking at the way the chips were moving na parang every hand nagbabago. Who's the chip leader? Who's the
Right.
short stack?
Very volatile.
Yeah, so it's very
Yeah.
important to get good hands here. At this point,
Or just not
that
get
you
hit in
can make
crossfires
some
because
moves with.
it's like a big firefight and everyone's shooting at each other. So don't get in the firefight.
Oh, that too.
2 overs and a gut shot for Brian. Lemmer's hit the bottom.
Both players checking that flop.
Nice brick
Brian's
on the
gonna check
turn.
this. I think this is where Lemmer might, yeah, bet.
Well, we saw him extract value from king high.
That's 330. Good size bet for Lemmer.
So Brian believes he has 10 outs, but some of those have been folded. What's the move here for Lemmer? Is he gonna check and call? And will Brian bet with his missed draw? I mean, Lemmer's check is scary because in Brian's spot, I'm always thinking, oh my God, he's checking to call, but I have to
Yeah.
bluff. So how much can I bluff to get him to change his mind about checking to call? Yeah, you would not be this final table if you just surrendered and took showdowns with king high. So Brian's going for it.
Gonna bet 700.
That is shots fired. And now Lemmer, will he change his mind? You know what?
Lemmer sizing up.
The thing going for the check call here, Jester, is that most hands that can take a showdown would have taken a showdown. So it's
Right.
kind of polarizing in that he either made a straight. What hand with an 8 would have called on that turn? Or he missed. And in this case, his nothing does beat a lot of nothings. I always have this internal dialogue.
You have a bluff.
I
You
was
have a bluff
checking.
catcher.
I was checking to call, but I can't do it. Do you ever get into that
There's
spot?
the call.
Yeah, he does do it. Separates the man from the boys.
A good call by Lemmer Patulot. He's not one of the more successful poker players of 2024 for nothing.
You saw that he had that read. I mean, because if Lemmer was intending to fold, I think he would bet the river and just fold to a raise. By checking, he seemed very comfortable calling almost any bet. And for Brian, he's just thinking, how much would have got the job done?
All right,
That's
Brian Bal. Good evening mga boss. Pa-shoutout naman sa aking wife na si Wayne Bal. Salamat po. Okay, happy watching sa inyong pareho. Carlo De Soto from So Much Poker, who's our designated maniniyot for tonight here at the tournament.
Why is that a thing? Why do you have to designate somebody?
It's the deep Tagalog word for a photographer.
Unbelievable.
I
Really?
read it. Well, unless it's fake news, but I read it somewhere. Like
So that's why Enzo really wanted to be one. From a very young age, he wanted
because
nothing
the
more.
Tagalog before the Tagalog word for photographer is litratista, but I think it's not really deep Filipino. So
No, it just sounds
uh,
like some lazy Spanish
yeah,
translation. Oh my goodness.
so it's maniniyot.
I'm going to Google. Back in the day, you couldn't even say that on air. And confirmed, it is a Visayan word, specifically Cebuano, that means photographer.
See?
Oh, I understand now because the root word loosely translated is to shoot, which could mean to shoot something into something.
Oh, hence also that other word that's PG, to shoot. Diba?
Yep.
This is gonna be costly for Brian. Raymond
Eight.
Imperio hitting top pair, top kicker. Brian top pair also, and an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, top pair open ended is not going anywhere. Might call two bets, especially with a brick like that. Even if you tell him he's outkicked, he's going to pay for one more card.
And the problem that Brian, this might be costly before Brian, is because Raymond Imperio, I think, just opted to flat a raise from Brian pre-flop. No.
Well, Brian can take a free card now, or he can make a small bet here, something like another 300 to 400, just to check the river behind. And it's
Chico
400.
Montante just confirmed Paniniyot is a Visayan word for photographer.
I think it's well played for both. Raymond definitely is way ahead or way behind here, so check calling is pretty decent option. And for Brian, he's betting this small because if he misses his open ender, he can always check the river behind and take a showdown. Minimize his damage. Let's see if it plays out that way on a brick and it goes check check. Not a brick. Oh, Raymond, gotta
Oh,
go for value here.
wow, he
Oh wow,
missed.
he checked a little too fast
Would
there.
have, yeah, I would have get
You, you know,
paid had he.
Jester, I would have loved like a close to pot size dunk bet there because a
Right.
lot of draws missed. The flush draws
And
missed,
he's, yeah,
and you gotta get some value.
no, missed it.
Missed
Well,
a little bit of extra chips. He did take the pot, but can't help feeling like
right.
he might have won another 500 at least, or more if you bet
That's
a
right.
polarizing size.
So, and let me just take this time to greet our faithful live stream viewer enjoying his vacation in Ilocos. Mel Gibson Medrano Makadangdang, who's from Washington, but now he's in the country. He's in Ilocos.
Washington, Makati.
Nan Feliciano, shoutout naman yung poker buddies ko. Engineer Arnold Mendoza and Engineer Julius Orion Manluta. Ayan. Shoutout sa inyo.
Cool.
Mga poker. William Baronia, ang side event natin is the closer. It's running currently. I don't know if registration is still open though. Right. 1 minute to go. And we're going to have our first break of the final table. As we see Lemor Patulot riding on his momentum, raised to 290. June Havalera calls with King 8 suited.
Yeah, June's been the stickiest of the bunch. But he's done
They
all right.
all
So he started the final table 1.9 million. He's got it up to 2.8. So he certainly has room to speculate.
We see most of the players who's not involved in the pot already. I mean, in the hand already standing to
Yeah, I don't
take
think there will be another
advantage
hand.
of.
Well,
The
another. They've danced before, Lemmer and June, and Lemmer has played it really slow, keeping pot small because, as you said, he's probably
Yes,
already aware that June is going to be sticky, so no sense making bets. He might take one shot, but I don't think it takes more than one shot. 350, June's got the second pair.
he's gonna call
Definitely hanging
this.
around.
And Lemmer, if he Lemmer rivers an ace, he's gonna get paid handsomely. But he's
Oof.
he rivered
Nah,
something that
yeah,
he'll be the
Lemmer,
one to pay.
he might go into check, and it's going to go check, check.
Yeah, check.
I don't see June trying to value bet his 8 here.
Right, right. The last hand of before we go to break, won by Juna Valera, and we have a 10-minute break. We're also gonna take that opportunity to have our break here at the panel. We'll be right back after 10 minutes.
Back live, you're watching the PPT 4 million guaranteed tournament final table. Back from the break, and price of poker has gone up 80,000, 160,000 are the blinds now with 20,000 antes. 8 players remaining. See the adjusted chip stacks here. Ray is not going to play this hand. He's been pretty solid, kept it really solid and simple for Ray. Raymond, on the other hand, folded him on the dealer button. He will play this suited hand. Now he's raising into insta shove by Revo, who's seen an ace. He is the shortest stack on the table, so one ace is enough for him to go on. Raymond might have wanted to check that stack to his left before committing these chips, but now he's committed to call. So Revo in for his tournament life with a better hand. Couldn't ask for a much better spot here, but he's not completely dominating. Raymond's hand is live. The hearts are live. So it's not a great advantage here. You can see 67-33, roughly 2-1 in favor of Revo. And Revo with the ace-8. His tournament life is at risk here. And so far, so good. Only one heart on the board. Ace-high still ahead. Only 4 outs left for Raymond. A couple of threes have been folded. Running flush maybe, but not anymore.
And he's sure to double up.
Yeah, it's a lock now. Well, Jester, that's how you come back from break. And he might have read your book.
After the break,
First hand after the
but
break.
it's a good thing. It's a good thing that there was actually a raise from Raymond Imperio.
Yeah, Raymond committed himself there.
He got full double up because of that.
The blinds are so high though. Even if he min raises to 320 and Revo shoves 800, he's just suddenly priced in. So with that consideration, he might have considered just not playing the button.
Yeah. He failed to check what a lot of the more experienced grinders do. So check if somebody's bound to.
Yeah, check the stack sizes because I'm sure when he saw King 3 of Hearts, he wasn't thinking, "Oh, I'm gonna flip with this hand." It was more flipping by accident there.
It's more of a cardinal sin because the guy is just on your left, on your immediate left.
He's right there, but it's harder to look immediately to your left. You like to see guys across the table. You can look at them without them getting too conscious. But when you check out a guy on your left, he knows you're looking. I thought we were gonna see the first ever raise from Juna Havalera, but we are not. So has he raised? It looks like he limped under the gun. Or he did not put enough chips. Well, the dealer's trying to clarify now. He might have put in more chips in a call and he's using the
one more
chip
rule. So now he's gonna be binded to raise. Yes, the minimum. So he's raising to 320.
The multi-chip rule is if you take away one chip and it's still more than the call, then you're going to be binded to raise. So yeah, we do see the first ever raise from Juna Valera during this final
By
table.
choice.
Yeah, they
Not
made
by
him do it. Pretty sure he would rather limp, but this might work out for him because if he had limped, he'd have to play post flop against Lemmer in the 6-3 of diamonds. Now,
yeah.
Lemmer, does he know that June did not want to race? Of course he does. Which means,
He
just
knows
making
also
a move was
that
up.
June limps with exactly that range, which makes his 6-3 still inferior.
You know what? They did June a favor there because the flop would have been 4, 4, 5, 7. I don't know.
Because I tell you what, coach, when that break hit them, first thing that all these players do is check all the hands that they got three bet on. What did they call me
Right.
with?
10 minutes to
Those
review the
winning
past
bets.
2 hours.
So now they have a pretty good idea
And that is
of the
cramming.
racing range, calling range, three bet range of their
Well,
opponents.
well, now they know that Juna Valera's racing range is nil unless the dealer makes him do it. So the good side of that is it's pretty balanced.
Hotman with ace 10 off.
What? Why is he getting his cards back? Oh, just to be
They
read.
asked
But yeah,
to
just for the
scan, yeah.
reader. Looking like 400. And we know Ray is keeping it simple and solid. Would
Yeah,
not be
not gonna
calling with
play
his
that.
hand. Although he is under 10 big blinds and he might be the second player to enter Shavliandia and never leave. Meaning he may blind out if he won't take a stand soon. Oh, hello. Revo just doubled up right after the break with a dead man's hand. Now he's got the suited version.
Difference of this race is that it was done from an early spot.
I can't really afford to just call this year. So, yeah, I
Right.
like folding better than calling.
Yes, yes, that's the discipline of Revo. Very disciplined player.
Just read your book. Well, I know
See,
he's sticky, but he's not that sticky. I mean, is he?
don't count him out yet. He
I
might
mean,
not.
this is if you're constructing ranges, you will not see this call coming. Yeah, you
Old.
saw it coming, but nobody watching saw this call coming. But it looks like it's coming. Well, he is getting 3.5 to 1. And you can see in the percentages, he's just 2 to 1 behind. So mathematically, of course he can call. Wait a second.
Oh,
If
you
if June
ended up
races,
folding.
if June races, you're out the door real fast. I guess Queen 4 offsuit was right there at the bottom of his calling range, which is why he
Yes,
considered
yes,
three betting it.
just at the border.
Yeah, as they say, if it's right there at the bottom between calling, then consider three betting.
Let me just greet my eldest daughter, Julia Intia. She was asking me, "Are we gonna go out now?" And I had to send her a link. That is still working. Working for put food on the table.
Well, they can order
Shout out to
now
my
and you can pay later.
Julia is my eldest, just graduated. Well, she's working now in BGC, so you can afford to treat me.
The other way
Julia.
around.
Yeah. And I think someone else, JV Vigueras wants, speaking of daughters, JV Vigueras wants us to shout out his baby Sam, Sab, and Isa. Love kayo ni Daddy. Thank you for the greeting, JV. And Juan Paulo de la Peña, coach, is saying if all players won't be getting a good hand, Lemor definitely will take this down. I agree.
Well, let's just say he's a favorite, but definitely is a strong word.
Because, well, what's his name?
I think maybe
Brian
Brian,
showed
yeah,
us thing of two with some moves that he pulled off, and Evo David will always be a contender. Blind versus blind scenario.
yeah. If you're a betting man, though, Lemmer's the favorite. But he's not in this hand. It's between Brian and June. Blind versus blind. Both have hit. Playing against June, you gotta widen your value range because if you know he's calling wide, then get value from your top pair, second pair.
Should bet. Would have bet that flop if I was on Brian's
Yeah,
spot.
if he's willing to pay, then you go ahead and make him pay.
Right, exactly.
Well, now Brian did not seize initiative. He's going to be playing a guessing game here. June did a pump fake, but
Yeah.
did not fire the shot. I still think Brian should be
We
betting
double
here.
checked.
Well, if he didn't like it before, he certainly loves it now.
If it checks this on the river, I'm taking back what I said
Yeah,
earlier.
we're going to have to slap him hard enough to let the shades fly off and see if he's awake.
With the triple check.
I like a nice small bet here, like a desperate stab with nothing, because you can get a bluff catcher to look you up.
There's the 250. That
I think that's decent. It's a bet that someone with nothing might do. It is blind versus blind. And for June, he's got to think, well, if Brian has an ace, he would have bet by now. If I had a king, would have bet by now. So that leaves queen or nothing.
I think June might pay him.
There's a world of hands from the big blind that can do this. Hands that miss completely can do this. And that's why June was willing to pay.
Nico Alaguer, shout out to kay Mark Forbes. Danny Ola, happy birthday sa akin at sa iyong daughter. Happy birthday to your daughter, Danny. What's her name? And Alvir Innocentes says, in a response to what Juan Paulo de la Peña posted, says if no Revo, then he agrees that Lemor will take it down. But there's those who can challenge Lemor, Revo David, Brian's there. Actually, anybody
Oh,
of these
Rotwell.
guys, like Rotman might
Sorry,
is
Rotman. I said
playing
Rotwell.
decent.
I'm thinking. Well, here's our next candidate for blinding out down to the felt. He is down to about 8 bigs. And he's not suddenly going to play this, is he?
Uh, Ray Ong, who's based in the States and just came here for vacation for several months, but I think next week is flying back to the US.
Revo's getting hands at the right time, but he's running into a bigger one here. Let's see if Lemmer actually three bets this. He's been in flat city all night.
I think he's gonna three bet this.
If he does, it's going to commit Revo to a shove or fold.
There's a three bet.
It's 1,010,000. Sorry, 510. Those are 25K chips.
It's
Oh, it is a million. Yeah,
50,000
it's a million.
ticket chips. Yeah, stack would be a million.
I thought he added one great chip.
That's the hand I
Nevertheless,
busted out with yesterday. Ace nine hearts. I don't think Rev was gonna
no,
go
not
broke.
against Lemmer.
Yes.
It's not in great shape against any hand that Lemmer would three bet with. It is pure gamble. He bets 350 so he can get away from it.
Now, this is the test of discipline and patience for a poker player. Whenever you make a move to try and chip up, that you always get three bet.
Right.
In local parlance, ito yung sinasabing lahat ng layup mo so palpal eh.
Every time you think it's your turn, someone shows up and takes it away from you. And it is indeed very trying, and it makes some players go crazy and they take a stand with awful hands or less than the best.
Sabi ni, etong response naman ni Juan Paulo de la Peña to Alvir regarding the Revo Lemor potential bout. Alvir, problem with that is Lemor is very flexible with any stack size. Definitely will abuse short stack. I think both Revo and Lemor have the experience now and the know-how be able to identify that approach,
You know what?
grinding the short
Yeah,
stack.
you
Both
know
of them
what?
is capable to do that.
It's time to make a side bet. Two guys there. Alvir and J. Juan Paulo de la Peña. You made your
Yes, put
cases.
your money where your
Yeah.
mouth is,
Now stand
and
by your
do a prop
boys.
bet. Calling out Alvir Inocentes and Juan Paulo de la Peña. Let's go. More with Queen 10 off. It pause is gonna open the action.
He's
Current blinds
definitely
right now
changed gear a
80,000,
bit.
160. Regular.
We're still eight-handed. We've been running for quite a bit.
Yeah. Regular ante of 20,000.
Brian had one shining moment early in the stream, but hasn't had much of an opportunity since then. And Lemmer is running this table. Ray might speculate with this. I'm not too sure he's aware of how short his stack is. He calls 200, he'll have a million. It's a dominated hand.
Think Lemor is recognizing that his next target would be Ray Ong. Very straightforward.
Yeah, he did raise extra wide there, but that's because of who was in the big blind, and Lemmer is running up his stack right now. And he's doing it without showdowns.
Yes. Definitely, he has the advantage over a final table like this one. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 players are pretty much with straightforward gameplay. And players who might post challenge but doesn't have the stack to do it. So this guy would have been very good to see in the final table. I don't think he did play. Did you play this? Maxwell, Bimby, Sete? Did you play the PPT? Or are you out of the country playing the other tournaments? Shout out to Bimby. RVS Cup fourth placer.
That's don't be fooled. Bimby is a menace on the table, especially on final tables.
Right. And getting folded.
Well,
This is a jam for Ray.
this is definitely the hand. Blind versus blind. You could shove
This
out
is a
right
jam
or
for him.
make it a
There you go.
two-step jam, either way.
Thing for Raymond.
So one more round for Ray. Try to get called next time.
%24% of the total chips in play is with Lemore. The rest scattered.
Well, let's do the math.
Matthew Lopez is asking, naglaro po ba si Takayama dito? Hindi po, because I think Mike Takayama is abroad campaigning in the, if I'm not mistaken, in the Asian Poker Tour.
But it was campaigning in the mayoral election.
I actually, somebody messaged me and wanted to bring me to Taiwan. I said no for 2 reasons. One, it will involve an airplane.
Yeah, you'd rather drive. Even if you have to drive on the bottom of the ocean.
Any given time, China might get
Got these
trigger
crazy
happy.
ideas.
Yeah.
This is the one time you go to Taiwan.
Aswertehan ka pa, no? Doon pag Pocket nines for Brian.
Still sizable stack. Table's pretty
Current
tight.
blinds, 80,000, 160. Let's see how much he raised. He raised to 400. Almost 2.5x.
But he's pretty much decided that's his raising amount, and he stuck to it. Gonna be folded to Revo in the big blind. Revo is that rare breed of player who looks at his hand before it's his turn. A lot of players wait till it's their turn. I personally don't.
I do that. You know why?
Yeah. It's the new meta.
I wanna. I before I used to do it like I wait for my turn, but now I train myself to look at it in preparation for the time bank, for the shot clock.
Right. You don't want to waste time during your turn just processing what you
Yes,
have.
yes, yes. So I want to be able to play out different scenarios. If somebody opened, if it is an open and a three bet, I want to be
Right.
able to define what I'm gonna do.
Well, for me, I was just
And
thinking it's just a new meta because players are going to see your reaction during your turn, but if you already looked at your hand, then they won't see any reaction during your turn.
right, I think a lot of players have already mastered, you know, trying to look the same. I mean, looking the same regardless of whether they like what they see or not.
Oh, that's easier said than done, though, because a lot of
That's
micro
true.
reactions are just hardwired.
You know what I'm liking right now because I'm watching this series in Disney. I don't lie to me. It's the old series.
Oh, of course.
I think this is the second time I'm rewatching it. So just and because I'm doing that, sometimes I carry some of what I watched like in the previous tournament.
You always remember.
Looking at my card, I suddenly straightened my upper body, and I think somebody
Yeah,
saw it.
and he always did point out like signs of aggression coming. This
Right.
is what this face looks like. This is what a non-aggressive face looks like.
I would David taking down much needed chips to uh,
Just treading
pull
water
him
right
up
now.
over
Yeah,
Ray.
keep his head above water until he can get a more serious double up. Maybe bust a shorter stack in the process. But until then, he's happy to take blinds and antes.
Yesterday, I was actually observing Revo, and that's where I really, appreciate how patient and how disciplined this gameplay is. Several times I saw him yesterday with a short stack, and he just wait, doesn't panic, doesn't get impatient, wait for spots. Like you said, try to keep his head above water. Then suddenly you'll see him with a big stack.
That reminds me of a player who I get the same reaction when I watch him. I always think, how long can this guy wait? And that's one of my favorite players, J.R. Villanueva.
Oh yes. That is also something that I need to polish as far as my gameplay is concerned. I still tend to get frustrated sometimes. Suited connectors for Raymond Imperio. He's got 2 million behind him.
Lemmer's got ace
Is
king
it
a
to
lot.
400? Again, it's Lemor. This is, I think, the fifth or
Wow, he
sixth
skipped this one.
time.
Mixing it up here. Just a shove. And against, like you said, every time you think you got a layup, someone comes out of nowhere and takes it away. So Raymond had to try. Lemmer slapped the ball out
In
of
B,
bounds.
wala na si Tito Ricky because I think he busted out earlier. He made final table. He?
No, he did not.
Di pala.
Yeah,
I
he was
didn't
the
make it to the
he was
final table.
maybe 12th, you said. I recall you mentioning.
Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
And Sardi was bubble to the bubble.
Semi bubble. He busted out at 10th place. Sorry, 11th place.
So siya yung tiny bubbles.
Yeah. Kala ko repeat din siya eh. Kala ko is because he was chipping up really good yesterday. And I was watching. I reviewed the final table last year. realized he was actually the runner-up to Alexander Lai, and I thought this year it's gonna be a repeat. Romel Amiscaray is asking, hindi umabot si Butch? Hindi. Out ata siya ng medyo maaga. Kanina.
Hold it to Revo in the cutoff.
Draw with ace 8. Look at the stack of Revo.
Covers him.
Gonna be surprised if he 3-bets this.
Yeah, he might as well shove because any 3-bet, the effective stack is 1.4 behind.
Decides against it.
Well, the last thing you want to do is shove and then somebody to your left insta calls. And the glue
June,
is
of
still
course, true to form.
active.
Will
Actively
always see the
defending.
flop.
Yeah, but he's done well. I mean, just for playing quite passively, but he has chipped up from when he entered the final table.
That's right.
But I think this board favors Revo. It's a hit versus a draw. Powerful board for Revo. Although a 9 makes your hand, it kills your action though. Just like so. Wish that 8 wasn't there. But if it wasn't there, June would not have a hit. So how much can Revo charge? It is 4 to a straight, 2 hearts showing. Well, I know he's sticky, but I am still constantly surprised. Gotta go to Extraction City. Anyone with a 7 or a queen will pay handsomely. And it's not often that June's gonna have 2 hearts here.
And Revo David polarizing his move. Jams all in. Fold. Or June there.
Well, he's discounted the
That's
possibilities of a flush.
sometimes that's the question I pose. Like we all know like the value of polarizing your move on spots like this just to balance the times when you have it and the times that you don't. But if you're in a spot that you need to chip up, wouldn't you rather bet for value?
I think the texture of that board, just for me, I don't think Revo ever bets on that board texture with nothing. So it's not quite as polarizing. It's
Yeah,
more of,
that's right.
it's more of maybe he gets a crying
Yes,
call from a queen or a 7.
yes. Yeah.
All the draws got there.
Sometimes again, but the thing is against a known call center or a profile that's like a call center.
Well, even a person who calls a lot has his threshold. You want to find that threshold when you're bluffing him out, but when you actually want to get called, you want to err on the side of the smaller bet, and you never want to bet all in and find out that he does actually have the flush, which is certainly possible.
47th hand of this final table. We're down to 8. Only one casualty. And that's Edmond Ribadulla, who's playing now the side event. I was talking to him during the break.
Good luck in the closer.
I was talking to him during the break, and he was involved in a hand. I think he got top pair, and his opponent just flapped royal flush.
Oh my goodness. He's not having a good day. He's run. He's like a nut magnet.
Blind versus blind. Juna Valero with 9 deuce off. Brian, Jack 8.
Now, how is this pot unraised? Because June completed the small blind with 9 deuce offsuit, and Brian gladly took the free card. And Brian will wait one street and then take a stab.
And spiking his Jack on the turn.
Not that much
June
different
might.
from when he had second pair earlier, also blind versus blind against June. And he waited till the river to bet that one. I mean, it is the worst hit. A king beats him, a five beats him. So when you make this bet, you gotta ask, well, what's calling me that I can beat? Mostly flush draws.
Hindi ko lang nabasa yung reply ni Bimby. Baka hindi na pwedeng magpuyat, matanda na kasi. It's referring to uh,
Tito
Uncle
Ricky.
Ricky busting out. Oo, matanda na tsaka malabo na mata. Sabi na eh. Harold Neal is watching. How are you? I'm fine, thank you, Harold Neal. Hans Kuwakoy, thank you for the greeting. Jeff Kalonge, Jeff ng Malabon. Happy birthday. Uy, binabati rin natin yung mother ni Jeff Kalonge. Happy 61st birthday sa kay Mami Kalonge from Mabitak, Laguna. Kaya di ako nakalaro ng
Nice.
Metro na. Mami Gemma. Mami Gemma Kalonge. Ligayang kaarawan po sa inyo. Celebrating her 61st birthday sa Mabitak, Laguna. I was just watching a YouTube feature and was amazed to he learned that Laguna is such a big province. Which is bigger, Laguna or Quezon?
I
I think
think
Laguna.
I would go with Quezon. Quezon is surprisingly sprawling on the southern side of Luzon. Sometimes I
Is
think
Jack
I'm in
suited?
Batangas, but I'm still in Quezon.
Is Quezon, yeah, after Quezon is the province between Batangas and Bicol Peninsula. Is Jack suited for Lamor Patulot? Raise it to 390,000.
Rotman's been very quiet, but also he's conserved his chips. For a guy who's
That's
rarely
right.
seen action, he still has 3.3 million, so he's done pretty okay. Very selectively playing. So he's playing this one as a dominated hand.
See an ace there. Unmistakable look of the ace of spades.
Right. Some say the prettiest
Rotman
card
has gut
in the
shot.
deck. Pretty sure he's not counting his jack and 10 as overs in a spot like this.
Let's see if Rotman will pay 220,000. Peel
Nice,
off another street.
nice continuation. Nice small size. Not looking great because the ace is already on the board.
Yes.
Any other gut shot?
Like you said, he's very successful in conserving his chips. Hasn't play too speculative.
We got the shortest stack on the table in the big blind. So I'm curious to see how Lemur will take advantage of this. Last time Ray was in the big blind, Lemur put on attack mode with one of the weaker hands
Yes.
in his range.
I think he might continue to do that.
This is definitely a different player from the player I first saw in the final table about 2 years ago. That Lemur back then was a lot more cautious, but this player we're watching now is more in control, and his awareness at this table is looks like it's unmatched.
Yes, really, his gameplay really matured. Of course, the thing with tournament poker, as long as you play a lot, there's no other way but to improve your game.
Right, you're gonna get put in
The
all the
volume of
conceivable
hands, yeah.
situations.
And Spasis is railing for Revo David. Just right now with King 10, doesn't want to play it in an early spot.
Yeah, I like that fold for sure. And when Jojo folds this, we'll see if Lemur will attack the big blind. Jojo's got a
This
little bit
might be
over
a
2
racing.
million.
This might be in that range of a racing hand for
I think
Jojo
it's one of
Chun.
those situations. I understand what he's thinking. It's like, I haven't been active for a while, so maybe I should. Once again, not one of the best hands in Lemur's raising range. He's going to leave the big blind to someone else. June likes the suited cards, but he doesn't like this one. And Ray could get a walk because
Yeah,
Rotman has been playing quite conservatively. Let's see if he makes a situational move here.
he
Definitely a
does.
situational move, blind versus blind, against one of the, if not the tightest player left at this final table. Like a testament to how Rotman has been navigating here. The only way Ray calls this if he misreads his hand.
Yeah.
Nice pickup by Rotman.
So Ray finding himself in that same rut as Edmund earlier.
And like Edmund, he still has some fold equity. It's not too late. But he's about to pass that threshold if he lets another round go by. Right now, he's got about 7 bigs. Also, the reason Ray has gonna have more fold equity is because of his image.
And he should consider using that.
Yeah, can you imagine if Ray just 3-bet shoves over anyone opening? They might fold as high as jacks. They might. This time Rotman's got
King
something.
suited for Rotman.
Keeping the pressure on the blinds. This is a little oversized. trying to commit Ray, but I prefer like betting half of Ray's stack so that Ray can move in and reopen the door.
Raymond will not defend, so uncontested pot
I see
for
what he did there. Rotman probably saw Raymond was also short, so he had bet according to Raymond's stack. So he'd bet half of Raymond's stack there.
DM Yelnik. In our Facebook Live. Sino na? Naku, hindi ko alam kung sino na.
Wait, is our
Evening
audio
sa
bad?
dalawang pogi.
Hinihinga
Humihinga
daw
sa
eh.
mic. Ay, hirap naman pag hindi kami huminga. Baka mamatay kami. Si Yelnik.
Sandali, baka electric fan yun.
All right, we continue with the action here at the final table of the 4 million guaranteed Philippine Poker Tournament. 934 runners or entries, and the guaranteed prize pool have been shattered. Stands at 5.5 million. This is happening right now here at the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions. We're bringing it to you with a 20-minute delay just to protect the integrity of this live stream. Jo Chung, 2.1 million behind with King 9 suited.
He's been inactive too long. You know why he's been inactive? It's because Mjolnir is sitting on his chips. And you know, you can't get any chips if Mjolnir is sitting on your stack. That is a nice card protector.
Yeah. And he's not gonna play that. More with Queen 10. With his stack, he can easily open with this hand. He will not.
Position too early.
This can be a jamming hand for Ray. Folded to you at the button. See if this is within
Yeah,
his
he can't.
range.
He's
Yes.
not gonna let this go by without taking a shot.
Yes, it is. Raymond Imperio. Last hurdle. And he will succeed.
Yeah, Ray jamming there makes it so that both these players can only call at the very top of the range.
Right. Much needed lines for Ray Ong.
Hang in there. He might be in just shoulder to shoulder with a stack of Raymond. If not a bit ahead.
That is disadvantage when you opt to play with this kind of gameplay, that you predominantly rely on the hands that you get dealt with. That, you know, if it is a long spell, a long dry spell, can easily get blinded out. Distance suited for Rotman.
Rothman is challenging him to get in the ring. Ray says no. And that's going to get through. Wait, with his body language, you can see that Jojo Chung is starting to feel the pressure. His stack is starting to sink and be among the
Yes.
bottom dwellers now. Revo has surged ahead of him. So you see that with every hand, he's always thinking about, should I be more active? Should I raise this one? And now he's taking the blinds. So I expect when he comes through the blinds in the next couple of hands, he might start taking those opportunities to be more active.
Lavera to act first.
Last time he limped under the gun, they made him race, so he's going to fold this one. Brian. Remember a PBA player named Dennis Abatuan?
And
I
Miguel?
I forget what team, but he scored 53 points in one game. And we watched him for the rest of his career, wondering when he was ever going to do something like that again, and he didn't. And I mentioned that because Brian started the stream with a very impressive series of
Right.
moves, and we haven't seen much of it since then. So we're thinking, when is Brian going to show up again? You'd be surprised because it's still eight-handed, and some players like to just keep everything in check till it gets down to six or five-handed.
If this is music related, you'd wonder if this is just gonna be a one-hit wonder.
It's basically More to Lose by Shauna Dancing.
Right. Remaining 8, proving to be. I think this is the longest eight-handed table
It is. I mean,
in
even
as
even the
far as
nine-hand,
Metro Major.
even the nine-handed portion of this final table stream went on for as long as humanly possible because Edmund had to be
Because of the
down to the felt
right.
just to be busted, and he was busted by Ray holding aces, and now it's Ray trying to stave that off, and he's done so quite successfully. I mean, he's not gotten past that threshold where his shoves don't matter, so he stayed ahead. And I wouldn't be surprised if he outlasts Jojo and Raymond.
Yeah. Jack suited for Brian, early position. Want to race with this hand. I would race with this hand.
Could be Shauna Dancing with a B-side release that nobody ever heard of. Let's see how it works out for
It's
Brian.
the track. Side of More to Lose.
Whatever the B-side of More to Lose was, nobody knows.
It's More to Lose in that era of vinyl.
It was.
Naata,
It
di ba?
was. It was the 80s. I did buy. It was the era of 12-inch remixes, and probably the B
Oh.
side of More to Lose was the 12-inch remix of More to Lose. Oh my goodness! You try. You think you got a layup, and Tayshaun Prince comes right by and swats it out of your hands. That's what's gonna happen to Brian here. Revo keeping it
And
simple.
full pressure applied by Revo, jammed
Yeah.
all in.
There's enough dead money for him to be happy to take it down. He's gonna be close to 3 million. Ooh. I know June likes to call to speculate, but this is too much. June's in a good spot in the midfield. Does not need to pay 1.8 million to take a flip here with two short stacks across the table from him. And Brian still left to act. Given Revo's range, it's not worth 3 time banks, but Brian still has to consider it.
Ever making it look like his hand is in the range of nines, tens, and maybe at the pinnacle would be jacks. So that's probably what Brian is considering right now.
O'Brien's blocking the jack and the king.
Yeah.
So tens below
So
or queens?
more of tens,
Does
nines.
Brian need to take this flip?
And let's go. This is the part where it gets itchy if you're
It
in
does.
Ryan's shoes. Like you haven't um make a move for quite some time, and the only time you made one, you get three bet and had to give up your hand.
Seems
So
to be the
this is where
ongoing theme.
patience is gonna be tested. Our chatters, Allison Burgers, happy birthday. Wala ka pa tournament? Wala po. Pang mayayaman lang yung nagpapa-tournament. John Flores, kay Rotman na yan, pampa-extend ng buhok.
You mentioned this earlier, and now I do wonder, like, what is the purpose of printing an upside down brand? I mean, I understand you print one in
Exactly.
reverse
That's what I
so that
was...
when they see it on the mirror, you can read it. But if it's upside down, what's the logic behind it?
I forgot that I closed my monitor for our YouTube live chat just to read all the chatters. Jovandre was asking earlier if this was Okada or COD. This is Metro Card Club. Milton Igano, shout out to you. Yung ininom mo kanina kape, tas ngayon tubig. Basaliso.
Oh, hang on. June is all in blind versus blind. And what a nice time to make a move because the whole time he's been completing and Brian's been taking advantage. This might be officially the first voluntary race that June has made before the flop. Brian has to respect that. Tell you what though, nobody walks around more than Rotman. And that's probably helped him conserve his chips. He's quietly second in command. By the way, the blinds have gone up. We're about halfway into this level, 100, 200. A lot less room to breathe. Two shortest stacks are the ones in the middle of your screens right now, Ray Ong and Raymond Imperio, seats 5 and 6. Ray's under the gun with an ace. About to pay
Oh,
one run
I
of
might
blinds
have
natties.
jammed with
Doesn't
that.
like it.
This is gonna be big blind on the next hand.
Yeah, all you need is an ace in that spot.
It's a decent, that's a decent hand to jam with.
And as we said, with this image, he's got a lot more fold equity.
Yeah, he's gonna get a lot of respect. This is a jam for Jojo Chung, King Queen suited. Folded him at the hijack.
I did say look out for this round because Jojo's not going to let any more opportunities to be active pass him by. He's lost quite a bit being in inactive. But
Valera.
we know that June's threshold for calling is not this high.
And Jo Chung is gonna get through this. Very valuable chips
Success there.
going to him.
Now we see Jojo shove King Queen of Spades folded to him. But if Ray would have opened with a shove, would you would you think Jojo would have called it off with his
I think he
hand, or
will.
would he got out of the way?
I think he will. I think that's a rejump also for Jojo. I mean, also considering his gameplay as I have witnessed it in the past,
And it
would have
helps that
rejammed
he covers Ray Ong, maybe.
probably also.
You're gonna wait to update the graphics. That hand is over. We're dealing a new one.
And that's Did you know if Poker Graphics is the only software right now
Pretty sure it's
being
not.
used?
Maybe in this country, but
I wonder what Brighton is using. And
I mean, look, like way back in 2014, we saw what the WPT was using, and it came packed in 2 steel suitcases. So
really?
we know that they are way ahead of this kind of technology.
You're referring to the WPT held here?
Yes.
Right, Rotman on the small blind, Queen 7 suited diamond, facing a raise by Jojo Chung. Current blinds right now is 100, 200,000. Regular ante of 20,000. This is the final table of the 4 million guaranteed Philippine poker tournament. Hotman in the tank right now. He will not indulge.
Oh
A
boy, Ray.
Ong with ace high. I don't think he's gonna call this. Or he's not letting go as quickly as he has done in the past. And really thinking about it, that ace for him is looking good. But still, ito yung dynamics ng final table that at a certain point, pagka may mga nag-short stack, mabagal talaga yung ano nila laro nila because everybody's parang in a waiting mode.
Yeah, it's ICM pressure all over again, and Lemmer is probably the only player with a license to be more active because he has the most to gain.
Ito na, sabi ni Deck Cruz sa ating YouTube live chat, mukhang aabot ng 2 a.m. yung stream.
It's one of those because you have a couple of passive players, uh, so there's no real urgency, and then the short stacks medyo balikatan rin eh. So it's
Uh,
not easy to know who's gonna be next, which makes it harder for anyone to move because they don't want to be next.
with the way things are going, definitely, ang laki na nitong blinds na to.
Oh, for sure, they
Ito na.
played a lot of hands, a lot of levels.
Yeah.
This
Set.
gotta be it. It's gonna be double
Yeah.
up or bust out.
Ray Ong.
There aren't many better spots than this, so you take a shot at it, take the flip, and this is how tournament poker makes or breaks you.
So Ray Ong puts his tournament live on the line with Ace Queen acing a raise from Lemor. We Big Blind has yet to act on the left. That's gonna be Raymond Imperio, who unfortunately for Lemor, should Ray Ong manage to outflop him, is down to a one outer as we see Raymond Imperio folds 1-7. Still ahead here pre-flop.
He's trying to hold, and Ray's trying to hit. You see the triangle out over the ace queen offsuit. That is the hand of Ray Ong, whose tournament life is at risk.
Oh, no, not yet. I was about to say pocket sevens might be in danger of
Now the
being
six is
counterfeited,
good.
but
If
no.
if it was an eight, that would have been interesting.
Yes, yes.
And
Ooh.
now Ray is in the hunt. He stands the double up against that one outer.
It's a good thing that the dark,
No
the
seven of
black
spades.
card of Lemmer's was not a spade. So Ray Ong doubles up. His patience paying off. Waiting for that right hand. Lemmer gets hit, but still manages to hold on to being chip leader. Now pressure's gonna be on Raymond Imperio and
The last
Jojo
thing you want to
Chung
see when you are a co-short stack is to see the
indeed.
other guy double up.
For two reasons, because you wanted him to bust out for a pay jump.
Still waiting for that second reason, by the way.
I said I said two reasons, and I was trying to recall what's my second reason. One is you
I rem-
wanted him to bust out because of a pay jump. The next one is just basically to speed up the conclusion of the
yeah,
of the
to
final
open
table.
things up so that the action goes
Yes,
faster, and you want to
that's right.
know if you're how much money are you going home with? Reminds me of a time my wife told me the two things she wanted me to do the most. One was to listen more, and I forget the second one.
I'm trying to wish think of about of Lemor Patulot's thought process right now in this final table. He doesn't seem to get affected whenever he lose this uh hands like that against Ray Ong, because I think he's confident that he's got the edge
Yeah, and he's been
over
so good
this
at
table.
nickel and diming. Like if you recall, he went from 5 million to three and a half, and
Yes,
he just
exactly,
he
exactly,
rebuilt it like it was nothing. And now he's
exactly.
got Raymond on the ropes. And Raymond, of course, acting with that urgency because the other short stack just doubled up, so he needs to keep up. And so he takes a stand with his king eight of clubs.
Lemor Patulot, yes, and that they're in an all in and a call. trying to bust out a short stack player, and that's Raymond Imperio.
Oh,
And again, he gets outflopped.
well, he's got that gut shot or any of the two remaining aces.
For outer for him.
Looks like Lemmer has become a donor. Oh, additional outs with that heart. Bad news for Raymond. Now got 8 outs. A lot of hearts have been folded. And it's a nice little brick. Raymond improves to 2 pair and doubles up.
Wow, 2 consecutive hits. Slammer Patulo. It's still a very decent stack, 4.5 million.
Well, he's going to show you how patient and how unfazed he can be. Just took 2 medium-sized hits, doubled up 2 short stacks, which means we're going to be 8-handed for a while longer. So it's not really Lemmer's patience that's being tested, it's the viewer's patience.
Knew it because the last live stream I did last week only lasted for 37 hands.
So this was going to be payback for that one.
Yeah.
Everything evens out.
Our YouTube live stream, Jess Sampo, located ang Metro Card Club. Located po ito sa Metro Walk Complex in Ortigas, Pasig. Very searchable in ways. Just in front of Marco Polo, Ortigas. Our Facebook chat, Coach Ron, another prediction from Fisherman Mark Pagsiyuin. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the greeting, Fisherman Mark, and thank you for the early gift of a birch tree. Seems like Lemor is about to take down this tournament. Dark Horse is Revo or Rotman. Yan natin, if magkakatotoo ulit. Russell Jose, thank you for the greeting. Ray, after doubling up, now probably found his second win, becoming more bold in his action. Racing with suited connectors now. Hindi ata yung grammar ko. Wala atang hindi ata dapat more bold. Bolder. Realized it.
There are situations where grammatically it's correct to say more bold is when you're referring to an amount of films in your collection.
Yeah. Yes. Like Debbie Das Dallas.
That is too bold. Definitely more bold than Blue Lagoon.
And Ray Ong successfully taking down some more chips. Jojo
Officially
Pangilinan.
in the hunt.
Go ahead.
Ray Ong is right there.
Yes. Jojo Pangilinan, shout out to you. Congratulations to Samuel. Moving up, matulog ka na. Uy, Samuel, wag mo na patulugin. Ibig sabihin, moving up, bakasyon na, di ba? So, he earned it. This is the month of moving up. Z? What grade is he in? What grade na si Z?
Oh, Z is incoming 6th grade.
Wow. Vicente Peña, Boss Big Peña, good evening to you. Just joined our Facebook live stream viewers. Alam mo ba pag naglalaro ka, pag ikaw yung nasa final table, hindi mo pansin talaga yung ganitong slow pace.
I'm quite aware of when it's a drag, when it's a grind, when I'm not chip leader. As chip leader, I mean, I have so many options, more options than the other players that the time might fly by. I might be more active, but if I'm short stack or mid stack, I really feel this grind because I'm waiting for people to bust out.
Sabi ni Jojo Pangilinan, bawiin mo sir yung sinabi mo kasi narinig ni Samuel ang sabi sa akin, yay, no sleep. Hindi naman no sleep, Samuel. Hanggang it's 9 in the evening hanggang 10 o'clock. Ayan. Yan ang deal nyo ni Daddy Jojo. Stay for one more hour. That's your reward for moving up.
I don't know if you watched some local leagues live, but you might have missed Vic Pena making 6 threes in a game.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it. Noel was
Yes,
the uh, commentator. What did they call it?
yeah,
And uh,
he still got it.
well, uh, wish I know you can still play basketball. I was talking to Zardi Rivera earlier, and he was asking me, were you really good in playing basketball?" And I just, without batting an eyelash, told him, "Yeah, ask Chica. We were playing in the RFM days."
Nobody sinks a bank shot three like you do from right
Yeah,
down
and
the middle. Okay,
big
a little
and big.
confusion here. They had to call the floor. I'm pretty sure Brian was trying to make a move from under the gun. And you see the chips there. Looks like 400K in the middle or 500. I
Unless
don't
he
know what
made a
the
string bet,
I don't know
which
what the
will
issue
bind
is,
him to
but
just a call.
Rothwell is trying to clarify something. And the graphics have not updated, but we can see it's a race to 500. Now we're on board.
Or was it a penalty for acting out of turn? I see Rotman standing up.
I keep calling him Rothwell because I'm thinking of the alien incident.
Roswell, that
Sorry,
area
Rothman.
at the spot in area 52.
Yeah,
Yes, I think we just got confirmation that Hotman
Rothman was.
acted out of turn, so they called the floor, and he will be given a one-hand penalty on the next deal.
Well, he has been up off his chair a lot, and he will be under the gun next hand. So it's not so bad. Could be worse. Hey, I see June calling this. And Brian's gonna like this call because he can play post flop, but he needs to chip up also because the blinds are going up, and Brian's gonna be in the big blind next hand. He needs to take down some kind of pot.
Use his time bank. That's gonna give him an extra 30 seconds.
I mean, with more than 3-1 odds, I really don't see June folding. 300K to call, 960K in the middle. He's got 2.6 million. All the signs. He's got a pair. He might want to speculate. It's not like it's queen
Unless he's
four
probably
offsuit.
contemplating on a race.
Well, Brian's raised 500, left 1.8 behind. Wow,
Wow, he
shocker!
folded.
Absolutely
Wow.
shocking there. Not saying I disagree with it. I just didn't think that he would refuse the odds being offered to him.
Sometimes when you ask them, why did you fold that? And the plain answer is, di ko feel eh.
Didn't feel that the three was coming.
From our YouTube live chat, Martin Cholo, good vibes commentary. Those, thank you. Howard Mar, Masters, si Zardi Rivera ba si Rotman? No, sir.
No.
Two different individuals. AOT pa yata, sabi ni Fisherman S or F si Kuya. Anong S or F? Shout out kay Clarence Isip watching our Facebook live stream rather.
Not gonna know what Rotman has because he's serving a penalty, and they're not even gonna scan those cards.
Dapat in-scan nila yan eh. I mean, sa ibang, di ba? Ini-scan pa rin nila kahit na
Just so
ano.
you see what it would have been.
Para magsisi pag
But,
nakita niya aces, di
but
ba?
I know. I guess in the spirit of a penalty, nobody gets to look at those cards.
Jochung with connectors. And Lamor's second time. Got pocket queens.
Gonna put maximum pressure on the blinds. That would be June and Brian. I say maximum because this is a lot of leverage. He bets an amount that's pretty much going to commit them. And Brian is sitting on the dead man's hand. Can raise with it, but can you call with it? I mean, is this just a button raise?
I think that is what he's trying to contemplate on right now with this button race.
Oh, he's fallen
Oh,
for it.
I think he
He had
just
fallen
announces
for it.
all in.
He did announce all in. He did
Wrong
consider it was just a
timing.
button raise. Should be snap call here for Lemmer.
Glamour's not folding.
Unless he's questioning his luck. He had doubled up 2 short stacks earlier. And that's the only thing he might be thinking about is like,
There's
ako
no
ba ang
fold with
dakilang
this.
taga-double up sa mesa na to? And I feel that way a lot when I'm chip leader. Keep trying to bust guys, keep doubling them up, but you can't blame him. He must call this. Got Brian where he wants him.
Brian with 2.7 million jams all in against Lemur with 3.6. So Brian is the one in danger of busting out.
If Brian
Should
spikes
miss
his hand,
the
it's gonna
techniques.
be a real test of Lemmer's composure.
And high, good flop for Lemur. All 3 aces are very much alive inside that deck.
Always alive till the river. Still clean. No flush draws.
Only 8% chance of winning this hand. Not gonna come. And suddenly Brian, from being one of the more promising final tablist, is out of the running.
Gonna dancing, man. More to lose.
Is
And just like that, Lemmer's back up to 7 million. I mean, like nothing happened.
57,000 cash prize for Brian and a main event seat to the upcoming Philippine Poker Millions worth 55,000. So good game to you, sir.
Good weekend.
One of our YouTube live stream viewers asking, why is Ace 8 called the dead man's hand?
Well,
If my memory serves me right, there was this anecdote of a player being shot to death in a poker game holding Ace 8.
That was Billy the Kid, one of the most famous outlaws in the Wild West. And if you're to believe the history, that is what he was holding.
Big question is, why did he get shot and who shot him? It's losing play in that poker. Another dito naman, Rainier Aquino, Sir Jess and Coach Ron, pa-shoutout po watching final table here. Cafe Uno at Vegan, Calle Crisologo with Infinite, Papa Jex, X-Pac, and the one and only Don Enrique. Ito yung ating Team Metroval. Coach Ron, they're on their annual summer outing. Buhay ang pokeristang Pilipino. Enjoy your summer vacation. Did you spend Holy Week sa isla?
I had 1 day there, just to make sure the great Gabby Barreto and her lovely family got across safely. And then I had to go back to the farm.
Ah, okay. Marpatulot facing with ace jack off.
We made progress. 7 players left now. And Lemmer is back in the driver's seat. Lines are way up. 120,000, 240,000. You see the average stack is 3 million. Still under 14 big blinds.
Cap Andy Abunda is asking, what are the chances of Lamar folding the queens? Was it a good push by Brian?
Well, first of
The
all,
first question, my
Brian
answer
didn't know he
is
had
zero.
queens. Yeah, Brian put him on a range of hands that Lemmer could be raising from the button. And Brian figured against that range, he's getting a lot of folds. But
I,
unfortunately,
I I
queens was
I
part of
will
that
agree with
range.
the race. I will agree with the race, but not a three bet jam. What was his stack when he did that?
Yeah, it was
Still got 2
2.7.
million.
Yeah, Lemmer put in 550. So if Brian was going to 3 bet, what would he do? Make it 1.3, half his stack, and then fold?
Because of his stack. So
Yeah, it was just a spot where you just get to
I
apply
think it's an
maximum
okay
pressure.
jam. I think it's okay jam. Unfortunately, Lemur really has the hand. So
Yeah, given the situation, folded to Lemmer on the button. I think a different question might be, could Brian just have called, and how would he navigate that? It would seem spewy though to just call 550 and then try to fit or fold. So I don't mind how Brian did it at all. He stacks their Revo holding on. But because the blinds have gone up, 3 of those players who are just busy holding on are actually below 10 bigs. So they need to do more than hold on. Just earlier we had Alvir and Juan Paulo picking horses, if you will. But I think the dark horse here might be Rotman. Got a hand developing here. It just folded to June and the cutoff. He just goes all in. He's recognizing he's under 10 bigs. Rotman gets out of the way. Ray will not be far behind. So it's going to come down to Raymond in the big blind. And we can see Raymond's folded. Success for June. He chips up a little bit, tries to get closer to 3 million. You see the pack right there, very tight in the middle. Lemmer with a third of all the chips in play. And a really tight battle for second place. Seven players remain here in this PPT 4 million guaranteed tournament final table. Being brought to you live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. Jojo once again stacks, dwindling. He's under the gun, but he doesn't have a hand. Lemmer's got suited connector. Still seven-handed. And coincidentally, he has 7-6, and he has 7.6 million chips. And there's a raise. He's raising this from early position. It's been 9 and 8-handed so long that the blinds have gone up more than usual. So Lemmer is by far probably the only really healthy stack at the table. And he can pressure everyone. Ray's got a hand he might take a stand with. But he could also fold this because Lemmer just showed queens just a couple hands ago when he busted Brian. So they are gonna let this go. Let's see what Revo does. Queen 9, probably not good enough. Oh, Revo's gonna try to take a flop with Queen 9 offsuit. Gonna leave him with less than 2 million. Pot is 1.4. Almost SPR 1. Here comes the flop. Wow, what a flop it is for Lemmer. Open ender, backdoor flush draw. Got himself a middle hit. Meanwhile, for Revo, it's just a gut shot and overs. And the 9 will not even be a winner for him. He needs a queen or a 6, as you can see. Great flop for Lemmer. Revo's already checked. Lemmer's got to love this board. He could play Revo's entire stack with this board, and that's what he's going to do. Nice play, nice pressure, and he gets an extra 300,000.
Memory knows that even if Rebel hits top pair, won't be able to make that call.
Raymond folded to him on the button. Needs to make a move, but not with that hand. He's going to wait. And we are blind versus blind. Revo's going to keep it simple. Shove almost any two. Maximum pressure on Jojo, the shorter stack. And a nice move by Revo.
Tawag ko dyan, yan yung mga ano eh. When I'm on that spot and I do that, yan yung mga pikit matang moves eh.
I
Either,
hope I hope he
either
has
you're
nothing.
happy or you don't. Oh.
A lot of hands can fold, even some ace small hands might fold, but you just gotta cross your fingers because if it's something like ace nine suited, that might be the threshold they might call you.
Eric Arceo, thank you for the greeting. Randall Chua is asking, anong next big tournament sa Metro Coach Ron and Just Rincha? That would be the Metro Summer event. I think it's a 5 million or 6 million guaranteed. It's gonna happen third week of May. It has a date already, but for some, I can't recall. So, I mean, it used to be called the Dirty Ice Cream Tournament back in the day, but now it's called the Metro Summer Event. I have it 6 million guaranteed. Metro Summer Event. Buy in 11,000. It's gonna happen on May 21 to 26. Kapit na nun. Next month na kagad yun. Dead Man's Hand for Ray Ong.
We're saying the Hold'em version of the Dead Man's Hand. Actually, I think the real version was two pairs. Aces up. Aces and eights.
From our YouTube channel, sabi ni Sylvester, ang labo naman ng video mga boss. Wala na bang ilinaw to? Sylvester, baka
Whoa.
sa connection mo po yan.
Yeah, it's crystal clear. I can read even the payouts on the
Yes.
tournament clock. I can read it.
Sa connection mo po yan pag malabo. It's more of your download speed.
Yeah, or
Yung,
settings. He may have
modem.
set everything to lower res and then forgot to make it
Yes.
automatic.
That's right. Ngayon, kung
Maybe he's
mag-comment yung
watching on
mga ibang
a
nanun.
he's watching on a smartwatch. All right, something new. Ray has raised,
Can you
but he's
watch
not
on a
all in.
smartwatch?
Some people might.
Right. Let's go back to this action. Ray Ong raises it to 500,000. Jojo will now play his Queen Jack. King Queen
Yeah.
for Lemor.
Ooh,
Ooh, this is gonna be
very interesting. I'm sure Lemmer's very
like you said.
confident post flop.
Like you said, because of Ray's gameplay, he might get a lot of respect for his opens. But this is a
It's
hand
the
that you
first
can defend your big
non-shove
blind.
open from Ray, and he is under 10 bigs now. I mean, he's a little bit over 10 bigs, probably why he didn't shove. Chose to just open, and Lemmer, very confident in his post-flop play, can just choose to take this flop here. 6, 7, 8. It's a good hit for Ray,
Expect
though.
Ray to jam this probably.
Well, Ray can continue. He did hit the 8.
Anak na. Oh, he did. He doubled up nga pala.
He did double up from Lemmer.
Yes,
Lemmer tried to
so-
bust him, and Ray spiked it.
Yes.
I believe that was sevens versus ace queen.
See if Lemor will peel off another street here. He can do so.
You only got the 2 overs. There's no upside. He's losing to any overpair right now. Even losing to ace high. Much more this ace actually hit his kicker. This is where his post flop skill must kick in. I mean, if you've been paying attention, Ray is pretty much fit or fold after the flop, so he's never betting there with ace king. Almost never.
Have to.
about 22 million chips in play. Lemmer has about a third of it.
Sabi ni Frederick Quiles sa ating YouTube chat, saang lugar tong Metro Card Club? Live ba to? Pa-shoutout naman. Shoutout sa iyo, Frederick. Ang Metro Card Club nandito sa Metro Walk Complex in Ortigas, Pasig. Live itong napapanood mo. Nangyayari to ngayon. Final table.
You know,
Ang 4 million guaranteed tournament.
Pasig might be the city we all want to live in right now.
Why is
Just
that?
because of their leadership over there.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. I sincerely believe, without sounding too political, I sincerely believe he takes care of his political career, is gonna be president someday.
There hasn't been anything like that, gentlemen, in too long.
You know the problem with our country. You announce your intentions early. You just give your opponents a lot of time to cook something up.
Dig up what they need to dig up. But
Rotman
yes,
might just pull through with not really. It's about to say
well,
might just pull through.
you did say it's his favorite hand, so he had to
Yes.
do something with it. But now it's very simple here for Jojo. And Rotman can get away from this hand unless it truly is his favorite and he cannot lay it down.
If Jojo just raised, I think Rotman will play this hand. If he jams, I think he's
No,
gonna
it's
fold.
already 500k. Jojo's got 1.4. He really can't do much. He can make it 760.
There's
What? He needs a time bank for this. This is he owes a time bank. He did announce all in, but he spent more than his allotted time to get
there's
there.
the jam from Jojo Chung with queens. And
Is Rotman gonna feel committed? It's 900k to call, pot 2.4.
I wouldn't be surprised if he does call.
Like 2.5 to 1, but you can see the percentages. He's 4 to 1 losing. So he does not have the correct odds for this. But as you say, favorite hand. Boy, this is like my kid in a grocery store asking for ice cream and I have to say no. I mean, he's my favorite person, but no. It's agony for Rotman. It's 860. It's a little less than 900. 860 for 2.4, 3 to 1 odds. But Jojo's hand is blocking the straights, it's blocking the flushes. And it's already superior as an overpair. Rotman really loves this hand. This must be true love.
Yes. Marlon Santos is saying if he folds, then it is not favorite hand. Well, it may be the favorite hand, but
Hey Marlon, you know what they
hand is
say?
more important.
If you love someone, let them go. So I think that's what he's gonna do.
Really considering it for Rotman.
Oh, he did.
And he makes the call. Yes, he makes the call.
Congratulations, Marlon. Now you know it is his favorite hand, beyond a shadow of a doubt. And let's see how it performs. Maybe it won't be his favorite hand after this board has run out. We'll see. He's covering Jojo. And how
I think
spectacular
he
would
had
it
an
be?
inkling that he's gonna be in this spot. That's why earlier already made the disclaimer to me. Rodman playing his favorite hand is not gonna endanger busting out.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, only a gut shot can help him.
Oh,
Diamonds will
two
not
outer,
help.
unfortunately.
He'll need a
Unfortunately, it's two
running
out.
9 or 8, or else just the 7s will do. Uh-oh. Few more
You had
outs.
to call it.
He can pick up 2 pair trips, or
Still gonna be a sweat for Jojo Chung.
is the river clean? It's
Yes,
clean. 2 pairs.
double up.
It's the losing hand. Wow, Jojo got out of the cellar with that. He waited, and it was worth the wait. For Rotman, his favorite hand nearly delivered.
Somebody's asking in the YouTube, Coach, nakasali ka ba dito sa PPT? Hindi po. If that's a question for Coach Ron. Hindi siya nakasali. Sabi ni Relaxing with Nature, ready mo na passport mo, Boss Jester? Papunta tayo sa Vegas para sa WSOP main. Pag totoo yan, bibili ako ng... That's the only plane trip I'm gonna take. Bibili na lang ako ng ano yan? Sleeping pills.
That
Para
is a
tulog
long
ako buong
flight because
biyahe.
you can fly
16
straight to
hours, right?
Vegas. Maybe 14 hours, depending on if you're flying against the wind.
Because I know
You're
you
flying
got
direct.
married there, di ba?
Yes,
Who is it
sir.
in Pasig? As sa tanong ni Sebastian. That's gonna be the current mayor. We're talking about the current mayor. Mayor Vico Soto. Right, we're still 7 players in this final table of the Philippine Poker Tournament. Prize pool at stands at 5.5 million, a little over 5.5 million. Happening here at the Metro Card Club. Commentated by yours truly, Jester Incha, together with Coach Ron Regis. Jotungs, all smiles. Like that, he liked when he saw the 8-9 of Rotman, but
And
probably
did not like that flop and turn, that's for
that
sure.
flop and turn. Yes. Look at this, Lemor. Will make use of his big stack. Raise the
That's
button.
right.
Quick fold
Don't
from.
forget about me. I'm still here. And the last time I raised the button, you saw queens.
Jaime de la Cruz is saying one of the best. Lemor. I agree.
Truly up there right now.
Relaxing with Nature is asking, ano at kailan po yung next big event? That's gonna be Metro Summer event, May 21 to 26. As we see Lemor racing with pocket fours, folded teams a cutoff. Rotman with ace-6 suited hearts.
Rotman took his first big hit since we started the final table. He's been doing very well to stay just behind Lemmer in the chip lead, but that last
His
hand was a big
favorite
one.
hand has to show up.
That is the one, the only thing that got him off the game plan. But otherwise, has played really conservative.
Ea Garcia, pa-shoutout po. Pampaswerte sa next tournament. Star. Ea Garcia. Ibig sabihin, naglalaro ka dito sa Metro. Bakit hindi ako familiar sa itsura mo? Ea.
Lagi naka-mask.
Ka.
What is the buy-in for the Metro summer event?
11,000. 6 million guaranteed.
Are there any satellites to this event?
Yeah. As early as January, main event seats and satellite seats were being given out. That was the time that Metro doesn't have Metro has to cancel the original schedule of this tournament, Philippine Poker Tour, to give way to the APT Crown, that collaboration tournament, Metro and APT. But then, I think they saw a window, and that's why bigla nilang hinabol tong PPT. And the satellite seats given out or Metro Summer event were allowed to be used as buy-ins. That's a good thing. That's the good thing right now with Metro.
Yeah,
You
very
win
flexible.
you win seats in the daily event. You get to turn it into tournament money.
Yeah, I love the idea of tournament money because then you're not locked to playing an event that you might not be available for. So then it's just
That's
worth the
right.
grind. Just have the tournament money and you can choose later what to use it on.
Right now, the only that's the I think that's the direction they want to go. But right now, the modification is that you get to use that the satellite seat value for the immediate major tournament upcoming.
All right, bit of action here. Jojo is opened and Rotman is elected to just flat with the sixes despite the fact that it's about a quarter of his stack. So it's not even enough odds for set mining at this point. What do you think of this move? And now Raymond is coming
This
along
one
for the ride.
for
Well, that should be good enough for Rodman to go with his hand. It's not often you get to be an overpair to the board when you have sixes. But this is it. Pot's 2 million. Jojo's going to
open this
continue.
action, Rotman.
No, Jojo opened this with the ace 7, and now he's just continuing. And it's as small a continue as he can make it. I think
Rotman
it's
will
ripe
just
for
flat
Rodman
this.
just to go over the top and take it
Should
down.
yeah, should just take this down at this point.
Right, because if he thinks Jojo's range is heavy with bigger pairs, then he should have never called it a sixes.
Yeah, here that's at least it's good that he raised it.
So, I mean, is Rodman not all in? Nope, just 830, leaving 550 behind. Pretty much virtually all in. Gonna let Jojo do the honors and stick the rest of it
I
in
don't
if
think
he wants to.
Jojo will be able to continue here.
Yeah, there's no way. He does have two overs, but and runners to a flush, but remember Rotman had already called pre-flop, which he can do with bigger hands than he can imagine. It's not like Jojo has top pair. I mean, there is nothing there right now, except a nothing that can beat very few other nothings.
I don't like the fact that he had to use a time bank. I mean, maybe for posterity, but A quick call.
Yeah,
I mean, you could use that time bank to
that-
better use down the
it's really
line,
precious down the line for the harder decisions.
right? So there's the fold as Rotman takes
Wow.
down.
I mean, just like that, Rodman's back up to close to 4 million and back up to second place. I'm telling you, no one's
Mm.
picking him. I might pick him.
And ganito
Just
nakaswing.
as a dark horse.
Si Bea Garcia pala yung kapatid ni Marlon Laksamana. I know her. She's been playing here dito sa Metro. Yeah. Andy Abundo is railing for Revo. Kaya mo yan, go, go, go. And sabi ni Boss Joven, you need not wait for May to come to play a big tournament here at the Metro. The next weekend special after this is a 700,000 guaranteed with a buy-in of 3,000. This is by far most popular weekend special or that series dito kay Metro.
I would have loved to have been there and take the trip down there.
Frederick Kilos, magkanong buy-in nitong tournament na to? Itong 4 million guaranteed buy-in is 6,500. Deck Cruise, may extra tip ba pag working ang birthday boy? Wala po, pero dahil birthday ko ngayon at nagtatrabaho ako, welcome kayong magpadala sa akin ng birch tree advance. Yun lang ang gusto ko.
Sayang,
Bigyan mo
puno
ba
ang
ako, Deck
Gcash mo.
Cruise? No? Wala eh. Ano nga eh. Limit nga yung Gcash ko eh.
Ibig sabihin, naka 500,000 ka na. Happy birthday!
Bakit nga kaya ang bilis? No? Tataka ako. Kasi ginagamit ko yung Gcash ko whenever I sell action or tournaments. Mabilis. Ego Imperio is railing for probably his brother.
That would be
Says
Raymond.
Capit Raymond. Marlon Santos, yung bang satellite tickets ng MSC pwede ba gamitin any satellite day? Ng MSE? Yes.
You mean qualifying day?
Or pwede mo siyang hindi gamitin sa satellite, ipunin mo at pwede mo siyang ibayad for main event. Like, the main event is 11,000 for MSE. The satellite seat is worth 2,400. So, ilang satellite seat yon? Maka-anim ka, may
Right.
pang-buy-in ka na.
5 lang.
Binibenta akong 4.
5 lang,
Baka gusto mo.
12,000 na yun.
Yeah, may sukli ka pa. May binibenta akong 4. Oh, mura-mura. 2,350.
Big savings.
Ba. All right. 30 seconds before go on another break dito. Bilis, no? Biruin mo, nakadalawang break na tayo. 7 pa din.
It's gonna speed up after this break. Blinds are gonna go up again. And medyo meron na tayong definitive chip leader. And even June has started to act with more urgency.
Yes. 5 seconds to go. And they have started. And Ray
Hello.
has to have pocket kings.
You know, he
Let's
needs
see.
to make this look like he's stealing on the last hand before the break.
I don't think he'll be viewed as such.
Yep. And you know what? Players would just be annoyed that he is eating into the break. But he must play this hand.
Is it 600?
Just
Pero yun lang
before the
talaga.
break, he gets what he wants.
Oh my
What
God.
is going on here? We might not have a
What
break.
a hand. Oh my
Oh,
God. This
does
is
Ray
gonna
cover them
be-
all? He
Oh
does.
my God.
Insta call, sir. And you will be locked in second place after this break if your hand holds up. Gotta dodge 2 set mining hands. What a beautiful hand for Ray before the break. Disaster for the other 2 shorter stacks.
Wow.
I mean, JoJo's going in no matter what, but for Raymond, he just got caught between. So both those hands are at risk. Ray covers them all.
This might be a double bust out by Ray Ong. Covers both Jojo and Raymond Imperio.
Spades are live. Clubs are live. Otherwise, they need sets or running straights.
At a last stand before the break.
Here we go. Looks clean so far. No more flush possibilities. Only fours or queens will change the
Yes.
way this goes. Oh, so close.
Almost. One card to go.
Oh, it got there.
Raymond Imperio sucking out a set on the river. Is gonna
Wow.
triple up. Ojo Chung will be eliminated as he is covered by Ray Ong. And Ray
Yeah, Ray gets
technically
that
doesn't
side
lose
pot.
because he recovered the 1 million he paid to
Oh, trust me, he
Raymond
feels like he
Imperio.
lost right now.
Yes, of course.
He
Oh
did
my
gain
god.
260. Oh, what a
Ojo
way to go
Chung
to break.
exits the tournament at seventh place with 66,000 in cash prize plus a main event seat to the Philippine Poker Millions worth 55,000. And we're gonna go on a break. Coach Ron will be right back after 7 minutes. All right, we're back after a break, and we see this hand. Luna Valera against Rotman. Soon opening the action, raising it to 600,000. Ray Ong with ace 10 suited clubs. At kanina bago mag-break, sabi ni Champ Edgar Asehan, pa-shoutout po sa airpot ko na mahilig nood ng live sa Metro Walk kahit hindi ako naglalaro. Ayun, Daddy Asehan. Shoutout po sa inyo. Happy watching. Hey, Esmer, think to that last hand. Eto, nako po. Big shoutout to the man. Music. Legend, the legendary staker, Andrew De Ocampo. Andrew, mabuhay ka. Happy watching. Eto, nagpo-fold lahat. On sa race ni June, is 10 suited. Finold ni Ray Ong. Wow. More calling and out flopping. Luna Valera here. Exit to June, who goes all in. 1.6 million. Ito yung masakit dito. Kahit na ahead si Lemor dahil nakikita natin yung hand niya, there's an ace on that flop which will really make calling him difficult. Maraming salamat sa pagbati, Boss Andrew.
Gotta credit this move by June. Lever's
Ano
gonna
eh,
have to go with the tank.
sheer aggression eh.
Sheer force of will.
Oo.
And it's so believable. But the hard thing about what June does is, wala kang ace. So how do you know he doesn't have it? Shoved a gut shot.
Ito yung mga move na
Essentially.
bahala na si Batman.
Ala ka na mag-isip. Be a spectacular call here if Lemmer can make it. A true next level call.
Oh. And gumpay yung ginawa ni June.
Yeah, maybe next time then. So June,
Erwin
exchange
Mempin,
gears.
shout out po watching here at ito ba yung sa may Hague? Chinivegen? Am I pronouncing this correctly? Chinivegen. Chinivegen? Ba yung sa Hague? Yung ba yung pangalan ng prison sa Hague? Ba? Parang ganun yung sound.
I can't even pronounce this. Scheveningen.
Hindi, nauna yung N eh. Unless it's
Scheveningen.
pronounced as Steinway. Let me Google it para tapos ang kwento of how to correctly pronounce this.
Gotcha.
Wala daw ganung word. Walang nahanap si Google.
Well, I found something, but they gotta make me listen through 2 minutes of ads before they pronounce a word for 2 seconds.
Lamar from the small blind. The limped in. Look
Nice.
at that. How you wish that June hits the jack if you're Lamor.
How do you get payback?
Mm.
I think I like the option there. Play it still, but June's not one to stab, but he's one who might overplay, so that's why Lemmer checking here is pretty solid.
June
How
checks
much
behind.
how much harder can you hit it though? All right, maybe it's a three on the
Ito.
river.
Meron, nagka-gutshot siya. Reason to call.
Yeah, Lemmer's not gonna check twice. Gotta try to get some value, and if he has nothing, he has nothing. Now, how much? 360? Callable. But June's changed gear a little bit. He's a lot less speculative lately, a bit more aggressive and more decisively playing his hands. Correctly lays down the gut shot, and wow. Lemmer would love to run that back. Sometimes you hit the flop
Right.
so hard no one else can hit it.
Alright, eto, ulitin ko lang kasi hindi napakinggan kanina. Big shout out, one of Philippine poker's best, Edgar Asehan, at sa kanyang papa, kay Daddy, kay Daddy Edgar Asehan Sr. Lagi daw masugid na nanonood ng live stream dito sa Metro kahit na wala sa final table ang kanyang anak.
Nice.
So, happy watching to you, Daddy Edgar Asehan Sr. And
It's so
also, sa inyong magaling na anak, magaling na pokerista,
That is
Edgar
very
Asehan
cool. Very
Sr.
cool when your family is behind you. And a lot of players
Yes.
struggle with that, especially in the beginning, to get their whole family behind them. So when you have that support, it's just a big load off your shoulders and you can really focus on being better.
Oo. Gone are the days na pagka nagpo-poker ka, di ba, you don't get support because your family, especially if they're old-fashioned, will always say sugal yan.
Yeah, one of the biggest roadblocks for all of us starting out. Then we're going to take a break. Everyone had garbage this hand. Might be the first walk of the evening. Sure.
Oh.
No, don't look at aces after the walk. Just don't look.
Players, mga kaibigan, you're watching the final table down to the final 6 out of 934 entries of the Philippine Poker Tournament happening here at the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions, located inside the Metro Complex in Ortigas, Pasig. Very searchable in ways. Hindi lang po tournament ang meron dito. Right now, ongoing ang mga cash games. Yung iba kasi ayaw naglalaro ng tournament kasi nahahabaan, masyado matagal. So if you just want to enjoy playing poker, come visit us here, the Metro Card Club. I haven't played a cash game in almost
In
2 years.
years. Yeah, I figure. But once you focus on the tournament format, I say stay focused on it.
Exactly. That's my reason because after playing a lot of tournaments and then one time I played cash game, it's different. I after 2 orbits at walang nangyayari sa akin, I become impatient and I'll play it like tournament. I'll race with suited one gappers, hold it to the button, I'd raise it, and just find my chips slowly vanishing. Tax for Lemur Patulot, member of Metro Team Pro. Hold it to him sa cut off. Let's see how much he raised. Current blinds right now, 150,000, 300,000. Regular ante of 40,000. Ano kaya ni raise na Lemur? 720. Uy! Dun.
Might see
Valera
action.
has ace 10. He might overplay this.
Yeah, look at the money in the middle. He does have the button. Is he ever folding this? Wow.
Did?
Tell you what.
Oh my God. Wow.
He
Very
really chose.
uncharacteristic.
No, he's picking the right time to change up his game. 2 levels ago, that was never folding. But he has really adjusted to the new situation, 6-handed. Getting close to the big money. Awesome fold. He's gonna love that when he watches this later.
Yeah.
Beautiful fold. Yeah, you were mentioning like shifting tourney to cash game. And one analogy is you might be a really good 3v3 basketball player, but then really ineffective in 5v5. So it
5v5, yes.
looks like the same game, but you could be surprised because the dynamics are different. So, just because you're a good tourney player or a cash game player, it doesn't always translate. You'll be good at both because you need different skill sets.
That's right. That's right.
A whole different mentality because a tourney is you want to win every chip in the room. And if you approach a cash game with that mentality, you are going to get crushed.
Seeing square chips, is that a new chip introduced?
No, I'm seeing this. These are they might be 500K.
This is the first time I'm seeing it actually.
So those plaques are 500. Lemmer's got 9 million, so they relieved him of some. A stack of the pink is 1 million. So Lemmer's raised again. Getting a little bit of a card rush.
Everybody's raving about that fold ni Juna Valera. Anthony
Excellent.
says, ang galing ng fold sa akin, sungal-ngal na yon. And Juan Paulo de la Peña says, what a disciplined fold from the ace-10 offsuit.
I know,
Yeah,
it's
indeed.
like we're shocked because June was playing very speculative when he could afford it, and now he's recognized that it's not the same blind sizes. Meanwhile, Ray's in a spot here similar to June's spot where you got a Broadway hand, you want to call, but it's going to cost you a quarter of your stack. And as we've seen, Ray has defended blinds but played fit or fold post flop. So he could be leaking 600K here if he calls and misses. The dealer's just gonna collect. I don't know, Jester. I don't think he can afford
I
it.
think it just
but
went
he's
all
announced
in.
All in. That's
Yes, it did.
it is better than flat calling, in my opinion. But I
Oo,
think
baka mapatapon pa niya dito si Lemor. It's gonna be tough for
it's a
Lemor
big
to
amount.
call, although he's sitting at 8.4 and the jam was only for 2.6. That's
But
about
remember,
one
the,
fourth
the, the
or a
image
third of
of
his stack.
Ray is pretty solid. Lemmer already doubled him up earlier. It was sevens versus ace queen. And now he's got even worse hand at ace jack. He's behind everything in the range except king queen. And that's the hand Ray
That's
has.
right. Yes. And Paulo de la Peña says one fold equals one
Wow.
ladder, perhaps.
You're
Pwede.
right, Chester. I think he could get Lemmer off this hand.
Oh, pwedeng tapon pa dito si Lemor.
Gotta figure out what
Only
he's
thing
putting half
that's
that.
giving Lemor courage to even consider calling is his stack. He can afford the hit.
You know, also a bit psychological because if he calls with a plax, it won't feel like he's losing anything, and sometimes that's dangerous. So he'll still have his stack of chips. This ain't easy. We can see he's ahead. Not easy at all with ace jack.
Thing that he has to consider what it's the way that Ray has played. There's no way with the if you only consider the way Ray played all throughout. There's no way you're thinking your ace jack is actually ahead of this move.
Never ahead. Like I said, you can build Ray's entire range, and only king queen is behind.
Yeah.
Every other pair, every other Broadway hand that Ray does is ahead.
Yes, Lemmer has separated the amount of chips that he's gonna have to put
See,
in the
this is what
center to make this call.
this situation is what time banks are for.
Indeed.
The really close ones. You know what they say? If it's close, then fold. Gonna run out of time banks. He'll owe another one soon enough.
Oh, he
Okay,
makes
made
the
the call.
call.
Wow, very hard call to
Wow.
make. And let's see if he's
And he'll be
rewarded for it.
pleasantly surprised.
It's
See
still
that he's made a correct read and he's ahead.
yeah, but if I told you, Jester, that you have a 38% chance of being a millionaire, that's a big chance. 38% is
Alam mo,
behind,
lagi namin
but it's a
dinidiscuss to
huge.
ni Chief eh. Lagi namin Chief, I don't know if I correctly interpreted sinasabi sa akin ni Chief that all you need is that 37% chance. That's exactly what Ray has. Oh, he outflop.
Just
Oh my
like
God.
that. And there aren't a lot of kings left in the deck. There's one less king. Ace will get the job done. The dealer giveth.
Wow.
Will the dealer taketh away? We'll see on this river. Wow, Ray has once
Big
again doubled up.
pot for Ray Naldo Ong. He's almost abreast with Lemor Patulot. He's got
They're
5.8 million. Lemor dropping to 6.5. Just like that, he's running second now in terms of chip count. Wow.
Wow, this is tournament poker where you make the right call, but that's no guarantee.
But just the swing of emotions, you can just imagine the swing of emotions for Lemor Patulot. They table the cards. He's so happy he made the right call. He's ahead. And then the flop comes. And just like that,
Well, all you can do is get it in while you're ahead, and
yeah.
38% is indeed a lot.
The good thing about it is that he still have enough chips or the right amount of chips to navigate this and try to get this back. And he has been in that spot a couple of times within this final table, and
Well, yeah, certainly, and we saw
after
him
two
bounce
or
back
three
with a
hands.
higher stack. It didn't
Yes,
take
yes,
long.
that's right.
I mean, he rebuilds so fast.
Sostomo Ibarra, pa-shoutout kami. Yun, Didi, yeah. Then I see several comments. Frederick well saying, I'm a poker champion back in 2006. I won $17,900 after tax, take in out from 25,000. Do you think I can win it if I join? Not sure about if you're talking about dollars and you're thinking of joining local tournaments here in the Philippines. That's gonna be
Well, 18,000. That's about close to a million. You did say
18.
17 and
Yeah,
change.
yeah, you
17 and
can.
change.
Yeah.
So that's
Casey's asking us in terms of mindset, what's the difference between tournament and cash games? I'll let you take that one, Coach Ron, after this hand.
I'll take that after this hand because this is gonna be bloody.
With David with pocket kings, ace king for Ray.
Wow, Revo is really just like he hangs on, and you said it right. His patience is always worth it
Yes.
because when he decides to move in, it's a haymaker. We'll see. Ray just got those chips, and now they're back in the middle. Of course, he's only calling 1.9 of Revo. Still, if Revo gets this, suddenly he's in second. And this is the volatility we were talking about earlier. Whoops, 6590, help. Only aces.
The outer for Ray Ong.
Ray Ong just got those chips, and now he's gonna
So spade
watch.
draw for both players.
Nope, only an ace on the river. Wow,
And
chips have
Revo
no
David
loyalty.
goes up to 4.1 million. Now I think he's gonna take second place
He will be
in
just
terms of
barely
chip
ahead.
count.
Big swings. There you go. Now a bit more parity. It's all closer together now.
Yes.
Oh, the mindset
All right. So
question.
mindset question.
The main mindset that you'll never have in a cash game is wanting to win every chip in the room. Because when you walk into a tournament floor, there's 40 tables with 9 to 10 sets of chips on each one of them. I mean, think about the mindset you need to walk in there and to say at the end of 3-4 days, I will have all those chips. I mean, that's the only way to win a tourney is to get all those chips. But in a cash game, if you have that mindset, you are just going to leak because players are not going to act with the urgency that you need to act in tourneys, which means they're really sticking to their best ranges. They're not getting caught in situations where they have to gamble with weaker hands. Whereas in a tournament, you might catch a lot of players just taking a stand with a weak hand, which doesn't happen in cash games. So a tournament player might always be trying to take flips in a cash game because that's the right thing to do. And then they're going to figure out that in the long run, they're just not going to have a positive outcome. So that's the main difference, that mindset of wanting to win every chip on the table. Do not have that mindset in cash game.
There you have it. Hope that answers your question, Casey. No other better source to get it from. Coach Ron, who grinded both cash games and tournament.
And I just read it off Chat GPT. I'm kidding.
Right with David with Queen 10 suited. Dexter Manapat, i-convert mo na lang yung papainom mo sa birch tree at ipadala mo sa akin.
Give me a great idea.
Marlon Santos is saying you will never see someone fold aces in cash games.
That is also true, which you might be the correct move in a satellite on the bubble.
Marlon Santos, would you believe that I folded full house in a cash game against this guy that I'm with right now? Remember
So
that
that was
hand
the fives. You
natin
had
sa
pocket
Midas?
fives. You had pocket
Yeah.
fives, I believe.
have ace 10. Up was
Unbelievable.
ace 10 5, turn ace.
That was ridiculous.
There was a time in that grind that I made a very noob. What's his name? Derek.
Oh yeah, he
Fold
was new.
top set.
Everybody loved him until he learned the game and
Yeah.
crushed it.
And became, yeah.
Well, this is poker
Di
when nobody
naniniwala
has
si
anything.
Marlon.
Marlon, that's a true story. Ace 10-5. I spiked the ace on the turn, and somehow he got away. He had pocket
I
fives. I had ace.
folded. I folded
Unbelievable.
face up. Everybody else on the table was shocked. And si
So
Coach Ron never shows his hand in any cash games, and that's, I think, the only time nag-face up din siya ng cards.
I didn't want them to think you were an idiot, so that's doing you a favor. If
Alam mo
I
kung
don't do
bakit ako
that,
nag-fold nun?
they're gonna follow you
Because
home if I don't do that.
Because prior to that, we had a conversation wherein you told me you never commit your stack unless you have the nuts. And I that was clear on my mind, and I was thinking what could you, and look, just like this. Look at Revo's stack right now.
This is
Tamo, short stack na yan, down to 7, 6.5 bigs
it's what Juan
earlier.
Paulo was talking about. As long as Revo's around, it's
Sabi ni
gonna be
Boss
in the
Popoy
way.
Lagman, Idol, maniniwala ka bang nag-fold ako sa cash game? Kalimutan mong ilagay kung ano yung pinold mo. Maniniwala ako nag-fold ka sa cash game. Boss Popoy.
You know what's funny is that sentence already makes sense in itself
Yes,
if it was
indeed.
mentioned by other players.
Sabi ni Marlon, Coach Ron then proceeded to bluff you on the next four hands. Hindi, marami kaming heads-up sessions for me to, have a pretty good idea of
I'll tell you
his
what, Marlon.
gameplay.
The first thing that scared me about Jester wasn't the poker skills; it was his people reading skills. I always felt he had that. Like, always felt a little bit naked playing against Jester. I feel like if he has enough time on me, I just need too much effort to not be red. So he's always had that.
When I
And
was
I'm
starting,
saying this because it's his birthday, so I have to be nice.
what Marlon needs to hear is that when you're starting to train me in the basics of poker, we used to play long hours in the island, with just seeds as chips. Remember that?
Yeah, we were just running flop after flop.
Then after that, we played quarterfinals of the heads up tournament of Filipinas Poker in Midas. All right, going back to this final table, it's heads up between the two blinds, Lemor and June.
Once
The
again,
end time.
June is out flop, but Lemmer will take a stab. This is a familiar story. We've seen it before, and I
Yes,
don't think it's ever worked. We'll see if it works now that June has well
he's gonna call this.
yeah, he's
He's
taken to
gonna
folding
call
a
it.
bit more since the blinds have gone up, but not this time. Well, look, do we have here?
Now Lemor's gonna get paid.
This has happened
Depends.
exactly before, except Lemmer rivered a worse pair than the existing one. This time, he reversed the better one. He's going for thin value here, recognizing that June has a proclivity to calling, but he only has 1.8 million. Lemmer is asking for 300 to look him up. What a nice river, and what great instincts for Lemmer to know he's gonna get some value there, because 300K
That's
wasn't a
exactly
bluff.
what I'm saying. I think had he opted to polarize his bet, uh, June will find a way to fold. That's
I mean,
exactly what I was trying to discuss with
that
you
side,
earlier. When
that
when you
side
need to
is
chip up,
And to think that June only has 1.8, it's hard to imagine you can still get something out of him. So Lemmer just
yes.
bet the minimum, and June had to look him up. But
It's
June didn't even think. I
maximizing
mean,
value.
Lemur's never bluffing with a min bet, so what
Yes.
could you beat? So this is June
It-
called a little too
it-
quick there. If he asked himself that question, he might find a fold. But the fact is, nobody likes to fold to a min bet. So, so I guess he was paying for the information, which is a really bad reason to
yeah.
call.
Raymond Nares is saying, Revo David na tayan. Talaga, boss. Kukunin na niya yan. Let's see.
It does
Of
look like
course,
he's peaking at the
if you
right
ask the
time.
other five players, hindi naman nila basta-basta ibibigay.
Yeah, like for someone like Ray Ong, it does seem like his darkest days are behind him, and he's in good shape now with
And he's
6 players
thinking
left.
what would be a good souvenir to bring back to the States and a Metro Philippine Poker Tournament trophy.
They will literally have to ship it. Okay,
And
well,
folded to the blinds, Juna Valera.
why
Open
not?
shoved with
Look at
connectors.
Rodman. Rodman's got possibly one of the only two hands he's ever folding to this blind versus blind. It's an easy win for June. I'm pretty sure Rodman had folded. Oh, he's saying he wants to show. Wants to show the brilliant fold of seven deuce.
June with 6.5 bigs. Raymond Imperial with 8.1. Rotman with 11 bigs. Ray with 13 bigs. Rebo with 15 bigs. And on top of the heap is Amor Patulot. Anthony saying, shout out, pretty boy ng Santa Rosa, Fritz Magsumbol. Ano Alvarez, gandang gabi sa iyo. Happy watching. Maraming salamat sa pagbate, brother. Ano Alvarez.
I mean, just to get into perspective of how long this final table has gone, you just mentioned how many big blinds they have in stacks. Let's do it differently. There's 22 million chips in play. Lemmer still has 1/3 of it, but it's only 24 bigs. And the average stack is
Yeah,
3.8. Nobody's got that
exactly.
except Revo and Lemmer. So they might feel like they're still in good shape, but those blinds are coming to get them.
Abu David now on the offensive. King 10 off. Is to 600,000. King Queen for Lemor. What a quick
That's a quick
fold.
one. That's
Wow.
respect right there. I mean, when you look back at the final table, Lemmer has picked his targets, and he's mostly picked on June and Ray.
And now he's probably thinking he's not going to engage Revo, not that with the
Oh.
stack that he has now.
Yeah, the time to engage with Revo has passed. I believe he tried to bust him
All
way earlier.
Lopez, maraming salamat sa pagbate.
Here comes Revo, 5.2 million now. And Rotman has been successful at preserving his stack. The problem is he hasn't grown it either. So it's been 3 million from right about when we started the final table. And it's still at 3 million now.
That's Vince the Chore is saying it's going to be a heads up between Lemor and Revo. As a lot of people watching this final table is probably thinking.
Well, as we said a couple hours ago, you want to make it interesting.
Yeah.
See, on the YouTube, you can put up a poll. They do that with some of the other streams we do. And it's a lot of fun for the viewers.
Same hand for Lemor, King Queen.
Well, the dealer asked him to put it in the other box, but the funny thing is the hand was already visible.
No. And I think the first box was the correct one.
Yeah,
I
because
think the
it was
dealer
already
made them
correctly.
thought it was the box that was disabled, which is box number 8. Ray Ong, Jack 8 suited. Raymond Imperio will not play his
You know what? You're
connectors.
absolutely right. The dealer may not realize there's 10 boxes, and she made Lemmer put his cards on box 10.
Right.
Lemmer is seat 9 officially. So then there were 6. We might play one more hand before it becomes 200, 400K. And then we're going to see some urgency.
Lando Malunes Jr., pa shout out to Poker Grinders Group. Mark and EJ, shout out to you guys. Happy watching. More with Ace. Hi. Under the gun. See if he will change gear. Now that the table is six-handed in terms, I say change gear because earlier he doesn't play this ace combo in early spots. Now does raise it to 800,000.
Pretty sizable one, too.
And 10 for Raymond Imperio.
I mean, it's just so impressive how Lemmer is just quietly always adding to his stack. Back to 8.5 million.
And a big shout out to one of Team Tacloban's best. Aking Kuya Marts, you Astorga. Thank you for the greeting. If ever you need any printing job here in Tacloban, just contact Marts Astorga. I think he has undoubtedly the best printing services down there in Tacloban, Leyte.
Can he
So
print
gusto ko
money?
yung uso na ngayon, yung before, di ba, when you're campaigning, you have to tape the posters on the sa
Right. So
mga kotse.
you had that
Ngayon,
little
meron na
glue,
palang
the glue with a
magnetic poster.
paintbrush. Magnetic. But you know what?
Meron na pala ngayon magnetic poster. All
We
you, just,
gotta
you can
we gotta move past that because I saw a picture from Japan where every candidate had one space. So they have like a big billboard with a lot of squares, and every candidate gets to put one poster each. I mean, I think that's the way it should go, instead of candidates with more money just spamming the city.
dami nun, no? It's gonna be a war of colorways. Who's gonna stand out the most?
Yeah, yeah. That big billboard is gonna look like the poster of the Truman Show, if you remember that.
Oh yes, yes.
But at least it's
Right,
all in one place.
June jams under the gun. Very
Wow,
gutsy move. King 5. Raymond
Reyes.
Imperio. Let's see. King 10. I would call with.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's about that time. You got 6 big blinds.
I think
Folding
that's a
there means you're
rejam.
hoping someone else calls.
Yeah, I think that's a rejam already given stack, but maybe that under the gun jam threw them
Well,
off.
eh, yeah, but it is first in, so sometimes it's a lot weaker just because he's under the gun.
Yes,
It's just he's
knows
jamming
that
because he's first in.
blinds are coming in. Yeah, exactly.
So King 10 looks a lot stronger against that range. And if it's not, well, you're still taking the stand. And once again, like to bring back the differences, you never have to take stands with King 5 and King 10. in a cash game for all your chips. Free flop. You're not gonna see that.
Yeah.
But in a tournament, we're saying it's correct. Sometimes
Amelia Feliciano, profile naman ni Lemor. Swabe maglaro. No, I'm not as sure if you're asking for Lemor's profile.
ganito,
Profile.
if you send him Lemor's profile, it might look like Jay Tolon.
in, a, in a cash game.
No, not his bio, just his profile, like a picture.
Okay. Got it. Dano Alvarez is saying, especially with the ladder too small, I
Oh,
guess King 10 is a call. Yes. I mean,
yeah, there's not much gain. You're
just
gunning for the top three spots. You already got your seat, which is actually the bigger prize. Pretty much like the big prize at this point is the seat to that $1 million tourney.
I think even if you refer it to the chart that a lot of players seem to be using nowadays, I think
Yeah, you
that's a
whip out your
read cam
GTO
already.
base and plug in the
Yes.
situation. That's thing a lot of new players do is they just spend hours. I used to spend hours just poker stoving everything. Now the app is called GTO something. Just change the
Yeah.
last words. But I use GTO base, and you just spend sometimes like an hour just running all the scenarios, and you
Scenarios
let
indeed.
let your curiosity be your source of information, and it's free. Hello. How come Revo just can seem to get all these good hands?
Actually, in a bigger picture, if you look at it, all players playing tournaments, you'd have these pockets of card rush.
You
And the
do.
trick and the challenge is to if you have the patience to wait for it, everybody gets it
Yeah, you just don't want to get it
at some
level
point.
one. But it's true what you're saying, though. I always refer, like when we're doing these streams, I always refer to peaking at the right time. It's not really peaking because you intend to, but you just hope that your pocket of card rush is going to happen right around here, three, four, five handed,
Yes,
and not
that's
when it's
right.
18 players to go.
That's right. And I think the real challenge because uh I haven't perfected this. Look at this, June Valera
Well, I saw it
goes
was
all
suited.
in over places Jack Queen against and run into the kings of Revo and don't look now. Revo's gonna
It's going
be
to chip up
almost
to 5
abreast
points per
with
million.
Lemur stack up if he wins this pot.
He's going to take 5.4, has 2.2 behind. That's right. June will need clubs because it might be harder to get two pairs than it is to flop a flush draw.
Ito na.
11%
Minsan that's a
of the
problem
time.
with that's a problem with this penchant to overplay your hand. You're gonna run eventually.
Ooh, well, there is one club,
Set
but he's
on
pretty much
club,
dead
only
unless it
clubs. I
comes.
think
It's
runner
got to be a
runner.
running straight or running
Yes,
clubs.
yes.
And that is the end of
He's
that.
he's drawing dead. Yeah, he's drawing dead on the turn.
Full house for
June
Revo.
Valera will say goodbye to this final table. He's gonna be eliminated at sixth place.
How about that? Raymond Imperio outlasts him. So folding King 10 of Diamonds did kind of work out for him. He gets the pay jump.
He's gonna get 81,000 plus a main event seat worth 55,000. Alex Teneo, good evening. Maraming salamat sa pagbate and congratulations on the deep run. Alex Teneo making it to the final day. I think he busted out. Pangilang ka sa bust out, Alex? 13th, 14th place. All right, we're down to 5 players, and they are assured already of a minimum payout of 96,000.
And that being said, Raymond has nothing to lose here as the shortest stack at the table. He has everything to gain.
13th, yes. March Astorga, ang next tournament will be on May 21 to 26. That's gonna be the 6 million guaranteed Metro Summer event buy-in of 11,000.
Hey, but they do have that
See you
3,000 buy-in this weekend for
at this
700K.
weekend special.
Practice makes perfect. And if you live in Metro Manila, especially Eastern Metro Manila, practice every day at the Metro Card Club. Two outs for Revo. One king has been folded. Rotman's got the top pair. He's probably checking to check raise here. And it's gonna whiff because Revo checks behind. Hello! What about that?
And
Oh my goodness. There weren't many kings
it's
left in the
just
deck, but it did come on the turn.
it's just really a matter of time in Revo.
Wow.
Polarizing here.
It's check and a shove. Not likely Rotman has a king, so Revo feels good about it. Very decisive play. I love it. Takes it down, moves up to 8.5 million. Super close between the two chip leaders. Oh, there you go. One
Oh, look now,
big
Revo is the
blind
new chip
separates them.
leader.
It's playing out the way the comment section said it would. Let's see who will be the spoiler of the other three players. Well, that's a spoiler for you. When you're under the gun, you desperately need a hand, and you get that.
Lemor Patulot with 10 jack off. Hold it to him at the cutoff.
Of course, there is a dead button, which is why Lemur gets to be buttoned twice.
Raise it to 900,000.
Ray actually has the better hand, but he hasn't done well post flop. Easy 800K for Lemur. Retakes the chip
This is
lead.
something that a lot of players fail to realize at this stage of the tournament, that every uncontested pot you
Huge.
get is really, really big. Ito ina-apply ko yung sinasabi kong pag wala kang card rush, gawa ka na sarili mong card rush. All in ka ng 7 beses, chip leader ka na. For suited for Revo David, who's now the chip leader after languishing in the cellar for quite some time.
But you know what? He made his moves way before the threshold of when it wouldn't have mattered anymore. His timing was right. Didn't always have a great hand. But, you know, really something to learn about how he plays the short stack.
Rotman jams pocket sevens on the button, 10-9 off for Ray. Not gonna call with this hand.
Just Rotman just trying to make some room for
Pero mo,
himself.
si Ray kanina, nung na-double up siya ni Lemor, ayun, may black chips pa pala siya. Black pa pala siya. Jack 8 suited for Raymond Imperio. He's thinking about it.
He's already paid the big blind. So he might think folding here and moving through the small and the button would be more hopeful. Rotman chips up.
This is the 93rd hand. This final table, we started with 9 players. Now we're down to 5. Rotman, maybe this is his time now for his
This is
card
his
rush.
pocket. Yeah, his little pocket of card rush, a little mini
Yes.
storm. And right now, because he's raising hands in a row, gonna want to look like he's just a maniac hoping to get called here. Sometimes I like shoving here. It's 6 bigs, and shoving looks weaker than this.
Yeah.
You know, 'cause so if you're shoving, suddenly there's king jack and pocket threes in your range, which they never are when you bet half your stack like this.
Abinijano Alvarez, some things to consider. Not winning at this point, just surviving.
Rotman is surviving.
Well,
So is Raymond, though.
it's not too bad to survive. That's what you need to do while you're waiting for your pocket of card rush. That's
Y- y-
where the rule of taking down, stealing at least blinds every orbit
Every orbit
is
might be
crucial.
might be just to break even, but I think the peg would be 3 every 2, just to stay ahead.
Yes.
And I think Raymond has waited too long, and now he has 2 big blinds. He's gonna get insta called by anybody in the big blind at this point, so he has missed that train where he might have still have had some fold equity. So now he's in the same seat that Edmund was in early in the tourney. He needs an actual hand. Bit of a fiasco here, maybe a dirty stack. Oh, an uncolored up 10K chip. They're gonna need to do a chip race here and bump it up to a 50. There's a game I've been running for, I don't know, since 2015,
This is
and the
the Thursday
players,
group.
yeah, and the players to this day, some of them still don't understand what's happening when I do a chip race. Well, they're taking it and they're updating the chip counts. This might come in handy when we lose one more player. They might need to discuss something. And by that player, I mean Raymond. Good luck to him.
Or he might just double up.
That's right. That's what he wants, but not necessarily what the others want. Right now, he is the walking key to the ICM
That's right.
room. It only unlocks when he's gone.
Wonder what's the boss.
Choppy there. Well, all I can see was I can't hear the table talk, but see a lot of good vibes from every other player not named Raymond. It's like they can't wait to discuss a deal, but wait they must. Let me ask you this, Jester. In a situation like this, if you're Raymond, you know they're waiting for you to bust to discuss ICM. How do you deal with that kind of uh, not really pressure, but for being that guy?
Yes. The thing is, like you said, he has gone past that stage where he has somehow semblance of fold equity against the stack of the other. So if you're at this spot, if I'm in his shoes, I'm just gonna wait for premium. And just do what Edmund did,
Well, sometimes
like
you
this
get to this
one. Yeah.
spot because you get in a big hand and you didn't really blind down. You got crippled
Yeah,
and then you
you
land in this
lose a
spot.
big hand. That's
Hey,
right.
there's a
Yeah.
premium. There's a premium for Raymond. I would like nothing more for Raymond than for him
See?
to double up so that he will
Remember, I
have
think didn't
leverage.
even look at his hand. It's just a duty call for
Yeah,
him.
that's the problem. The zero fold equity, so you need a hand. But Lemmer's hand
Yeah.
is live here. If Raymond doubles up, then suddenly he has leverage to be part of that discussion. So here we go. Tournament life on the line for Raymond.
Live
Lemmer
cards for
covers him,
Lemor.
but the inferior hand, vastly inferior, 3-1 underdog. Looking really good for Raymond. And especially now, got Lemmer drawing to running clubs or running straight. Pairing up will not help him. Sorry, that's Lemmer. Pairing up will not help Lemmer. There's one of those cards for the running straight.
Or
Raymond's still
outer
looking
for
good.
him.
Double up.
And it's a double up.
Gonna have to put those ICM talks on the shelf because Raymond is once again relevant. And it's between him and Ray to
Another
fight
factor
out.
for to consider in ICM talks is, I think if the other players think that they have really big advantage over the other remaining players, you won't see, or the ICM won't even be considered.
Yeah, I can totally see that happening. Like with players who are so killer in three-handed and heads up. Players like Bimby with a big chip lead may
Yeah.
not want to discuss anything. See, here's where you're different, Jester. You could have a micro stack and still somehow find yourself in the discussion. That's a different skill.
I remember doing that in one of the side events. Like, I was down to, I think, four bigs, and the table didn't even realize it, and the chip leader suddenly offered an even split.
Oh my
I
lord,
was just
insta
so
call.
happy. And then the clincher is, he was talking to another guy who was the chip leader, and he said, "I really want to be the champion. So if you make me the champion, I'm gonna pay you extra." And I ended up busting that guy, so he pays me extra. I think at the end of the
That's what
day,
you get.
being the shortest stack, I was able to get the most cash in that spot.
See, that's special.
Ace ng Bata is railing for
Here
both
we go.
Revo and
Tied at the
Lemor,
bottom, nearly tied at the top.
and Ray in the middle.
Revo with a mystery
And
hand in
see
the
the
muck.
Revo's hand right now. This is a playable hand. I think Lemor will open with this hand.
5 remaining, and 3 of them are really short
Raise to 1
stacks.
million.
Lemmer holding on to that top spot just barely. Revo hot on his heels. The other three players just trying to get on the boat. And for Rotman, it's been the curse of 3 million. Just can't seem to crack that 3 million mark.
Right with the vid. Expect Lemmer to open again with this hand. Raise to 1.2. Raymond Imperio with Jack High. It's a big blind. I don't think he's gonna defend with this hand. He cannot afford with this 1.8 million behind.
It's another uncontested pot.
I thought this point, coach, no, one thing that a lot of players also fail to recognize, it's the stamina. Na. I mean, they've been playing for 9 hours already. It's the
And
stamina
if you
factor.
qualified on the last qualifying day, that means you probably played straight.
Yes,
No
yes,
rest in between.
yes. And looking at the table right now, you can actually tell it from the body, just the gestures, the how.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite things that when I used to watch the late great Martin Corpus is how he always seemed to have the same posture and the same energy and the same
I
trash talk
agree. Yes.
when everyone else was tired.
Open jam from the
And
button for Ray Ong, and it's gonna
as he should.
go through. With the vid asking for a count, I don't think he's gonna gamble with 9-7 off. This is the stage where every blind counts.
Yeah, it's also one of those situations where this could go for a while because the bottom three are so close together. They're gonna take turns stealing blinds and can just nothing might change for a few rounds. And the top two players, they don't really have a clear middle stack to harass, so they might stay out of it.
Ili Alaba, shoutout po kay Alain Del Rosario. Marlon Santos is saying, if 2 to 3 BB ka na lang, would it be profitable to snap accept an ICM deal? Parang negligible yung payout increase. I'm not gonna accept an ICM when
Yeah,
I am the guy
there's
with the
nothing to
lowest stack.
gain. You have everything to gain by moving up a
Yes.
ladder. I mean, why would you take an extra 5% or whatever to cap your winnings? Plus, why would they ever include you in that discussion? Just
Yeah.
try to bust you
Yes.
out.
With the vid versus Lemor, this could be a preview of the heads up that's about to happen.
I think Rebel tried to get in there
See,
cheap.
APM is saying, I noticed lately na nakamute na yung mic sa mesa. Goods din sana marinig yung table talk ng mga player. Lalo na may table
Absolutely
tape.
agree.
You just have to bear with us. It's not intentional to mute the table mic. Ang nangyari kasi, nasira siya. So we have yet to fix it. But it's a good thing that you guys are raising it. So it might just speed up fixing that mic. Yes, I agree. It's fun to hear the table banter
For sure.
on this final table.
Also, makes it a better experience overall, and not like you're just watching security cam footage. Really gets you in the seat with the players. Not gonna let this one go.
For Lemor, the dynamics have changed. It's no longer Juna Valera on the big blind. Now he's dealing with Rotman.
Not
Rotman
his
not as
favorite
sticky.
hand.
Yeah.
Pretty close.
Something that he can defend his big blind with, in my
Well,
opinion.
he doesn't have
Oh,
to
it's not the
defend because
race.
Lemmer just completed. Just gladly take a flop. Wow.
Very good hand. Very good flop for Rotman here. Oh, I wouldn't have
It's a little
jammed.
too quick to try to take it down without even facing a bet. Sometimes you want to go through first and second base before going to third base.
You wanna really chip up wanna squeeze for chips every chance you get.
He did have position there.
Right, with the vid suited connectors,
Looking like 800. Oh, hello. At this stage, this could be a raising hand against a
yes.
fellow with the most to lose. Remember, I said there aren't any middle stacks to harass? Well, he can harass Revo because there are 3 short stacks to consider. Oh,
Wow.
interesting. Gets out of his way. I thought that would have been a good spot to put some pressure on Revo.
Wow. I didn't expect that from Lemor.
Well, Lemmer's got a different game plan. It looks like he's saving Revo for last because he hasn't messed with him at all in this final table. Instead, choosing
Yeah, he doesn't
opponents
want
he can
to, at this
outplay.
point, he doesn't want to engage with the person that could really hurt him the most. So
Not only is he probably, the biggest threat talent wise, but now chip wise also. He's the
that's
biggest
correct.
threat.
Yes.
I know you would have 3-bet that hand.
I would have. But maybe that's the wrong thing to do. Hence, he's there and I'm here.
That's right. These little subtle adjustments. You can't really play with a template at their level. I
Sometimes
mean,
that's my problem. Like, I think this is a carryover of my online tournament poker grind days. That when it reaches four-handed, three-handed, I'd always gonna change gear and play more aggressive.
because the script says so, huh? All right. Well, Rodman's raised
Raymond
to a million.
Imperio goes all
Raymond's just
in.
gonna take a stand. Oh, the most he could ask for is if the Queen was live. He's not even getting that. And as Rodman is poised to bust Raymond and take all his chips, the weird thing is, even after he busts Raymond, he's still only gonna have 3.2 million. Well, there's the 1.3 behind. This will be the first time Rodman will finally crack that 4 million mark because he's done so well to maintain his 3 million but not gain anything up to this point. So he really needs this queen 8 to hold. A lot of chops can happen once the board starts pairing. And now there's a few more outs, bit of a sweat on the turn. Raymond can spike a straight. No, it's over for him.
End of the line for Raymond Imperio. Exit at fifth place, gets 96,000 plus a main event seat worth 55,000.
It looks like we're in. Are they taking a break? It looks like they might be. But there is 9 minutes to go in this level. Nope, we will play on. I'll take a water break. Be right back. Sound check. Alrighty, action continues. I think we did some synchronized breaks with my partner, but he will be back. Still has 42 minutes left on his birthday. Rebels on the button. He's raised Jack 7 of diamonds. Rotman in the big blind. Hard to defend with his hand. Only 4 players left. The average stack is 5.8 million. And Lemore and Revo are running the show. I believe Ray might be in the respirator with 5 big blinds. Yes, he is. 2.2 million in chips left. Blinds are 200, 400. Ante is 50K. It's not a BB ante format. If you just joined us, we're playing regular antes at this final table. Final table of the PPT 4 million guaranteed tournament. Live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig City. Revo is under the gun. Not going to play the junky suited unconnected hand. Lemmer will play on the button, and that's a raise. A plaque is 500K. Looks like he's threw in $1 million, which is a lot of pressure for the gentleman in the blinds. Remember, Ray in the big blind only has 2.2 million. So even if he shoves over this, Lemmer is going to call. So Lemmer is going to keep targeting Ray, I believe, as the shortest stack. And also Ray will be big blind every time Lemmer's got the button. So that's how it's going to play out. These are pretty much the players that everyone in the comments section have been expecting to make it this far. And it's been a long final table. Hand 107. Still 4 players to go. We are into this closing in on 6 hours. And we still have some business to conclude. Lemmer's going to get out of the way. Rotman doesn't like to play his button with that garbage hand. And Ray will do a standard shove, blind versus blind. Revo with the ultimate average hand. Can he call? I mean, if it's small enough, he can call. And he makes the call. Queen 7 offsuit. It dominates Ray's. Queen 3 of diamonds. Ray Ong. All in for his tournament life here. Gotta have diamonds. But Revo's blocking one of them. Queen will not be any good. Of course, Revo's kicker is small enough that sometimes they chop. But overall, Revo's in a good spot. Ray's in a bad spot. 2, 10, 8 rainbow, 1 diamond on the way. The 7 still plays the board. If the board comes up much higher, the next 2 cards, it's going to be a chop. Uh-oh, 2 diamonds. It's looking good for Ray. He's got 29 outs. Most of those outs are chopped. Any card higher than a 7, anything but that. It's not a diamond, it's a 6. It's a straight for Revo, and Ray has been eliminated in 3rd place. He will make for himself 126,000 for his 4th place finish, in addition to a seat to the $1 million guaranteed tournament. Well played, well survived by Ray, who's been really fighting to survive for the past 3 to 4 hours. And he's made it this far, and we are down to 3 players. And it is the 3 players that you would have bet on if you had been watching from the start of this final table. You've got Lemor Patulot, Revo, and Rotman. The final 3 players, and they play on. Rotman sitting there could be the spoiler to this. He is the shortest of the 3 stacks. Well, he's under the gun. Blinds will come up in a minute. So Rotman is hoping to play one more hand so he can post his big blind before it goes up. Revo's going to be really active now. Nowhere to hide, only 3 players. He raises blind versus blind against Lemmer. With King 9 off. Can Lemmer defend with 6-7 off suit? He needs to call 700,000 more. Not gonna do it, and early success for Revo, who now takes the chip lead. After spending some time on the bottom, he's picked his spots, been super patient, and now he is the chip leader, just barely ahead of Lemmer. Blinds will go up. We see a new level now. Level 36 blind is 250,000, 500,000. 1 plaque for a big blind. Gonna be nothing but pain for Rotman because it's only 3-handed. He's gonna pay blinds 2 out of the 3 hands. And an ante of 50,000. Big pot in the middle. 900,000 before a hand is even dealt. Action starts on the button with Revo. He might leave this to the blinds. Let's see. Blind versus blind now. Lemmer's got Rotman massively outchipped. I think he just declares a call. Gonna play it slow. Rotman will take the free flop. Ooh, a lot of paint on the flop. Rotman's got 1 paint card. Queen, queen, king. Nobody hits. First to bet will win this. And Lemmer bets the minimum. Rotman can only call with a pure float here. Or raise with a pure bluff. He has hit none of this. Cut out chips for calling. Time to consider this, but if Rotman's gonna make a move, he's gonna have to make it soon. Or else they will walk all over him. I don't know what he's discussing with the dealer, but they seem to be both peeking under their masks. So Lemmer takes that down for the minimum bet. Rotman's got 6 big blinds. And now Lemmer's got the button.
Unless Rotman gets really long card rush here, this is really shaping out to be what our live stream audience wants to happen.
I still think he has that dark horse probability, but he's gonna have to set his aggression to 11 and just take a shot.
Which is actually a trait of Rotman's gameplay in the
We
past.
haven't
I
seen
think
it tonight, though.
I think this is his first deep run in a major event. Hence, somehow it affects or modifies his gameplay a little bit.
Yeah, it has seemed like he has just been playing to survive.
Yes.
And sometimes you're in that mode for 4 or 5 hours and you can't turn it off anymore. He has to start playing for that one spot now. And luckily he has a hand to do it with right now.
This is a jam already for him.
I don't know why he wants to spend time banks before doing the obvious. And he's gotta be jamming way more often in the next few hands anyway if he wants to climb back in this. So for balance, he should just insta jam. If he's gonna use a time card every time he wants to make a move, he's gonna run out of time cards because he has to make a ton of moves. What a disaster if he runs out of time cards for when it really
Janaya
matters.
drawing. As Rotman still thanks, Janaya Drawing is asking sa ating YouTube link, chat, saan po ang link ng players list of entries? Wala pong link ng listahan po ng mga players na entries. Or baka iba lang yung ibig yung itanong. There's the jam that we've been waiting for.
I think he's just trying to make it out like it's a weak jam, but it
Yeah, I
really
was about to
doesn't
say
matter.
that. I think
It,
it's more
it
of a Hollywood thing than...
but it really doesn't matter because he's jamming much weaker. He should be jamming weaker hands later. It's a lot to call. It's not a great hand to flip with because it's ultimately jack high.
Yes.
And maybe the Hollywood also is tipping off Lemmer. That something is different. Okay, he makes the
Lemmer
call
will make
anyway.
the call.
This time,
And yes, live cards against Rotman, who's putting his tournament life on the line here.
could be turning point for my dark horse of the evening. He will reach a high water mark if he survives this hand. It is looking good for Rotman, whose tourney life is on the line with ace queen, but still ahead.
6 outer for Lemmer Patulot.
Oh, that is the
That's
end
it.
of the line. It's a double up. And here comes Rotman.
Big double up for Rotman, now pulling abreast with Lemmer. Both players now have 6 point. Well, Lemmer's ahead by 100 grand. 6.6 for Rotman, 6.7 for Lemmer.
Now it's a ball game. Look at that.
Like I said, he gets a series of card draws. He may just turn the tide to his favor.
Gonna get real swingy now. The blinds are so high. Every time you get one uncontested, it's 900,000. You know, it's only Queen Jack offsuit, but when it's three-handed, that counts as part of the card rush, right?
Yeah. Could be riding on the momentum of his win. Yeah, I think it's just about to do it's just that. Gonna
Starting to make
open
it
the
jump.
action here.
Gotta be $1 million minimum raise. I think he puts a little more juice into it.
1.2. Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting hand. Always interesting to
Rebel
defend
might
against a button race with an
Rebel
ace
might
in your
take a
hand.
passive line here. He wants Lemmer to
Do the dirty
continuously
work.
go up against Rotman. Maybe thinking that Rotman's got Lemmer's number
Well, if you're
in
Revo,
terms
who do you want to go to heads up with? Who do you
of
think
course,
he would think
You'd
has
want
a
to go
better
against
chance?
Rotman. Yeah. I go against Rotman. Chip Blaze has joined our live stream viewers. Royly Chip Blaze Orasyon mula sa balwarte ng mga higante.
Oof, big one.
Evan Escudero, the new dad, is watching us. Congratulations, Evan and Pauline Rivera.
Them are taking a passive approach from the small blind. Rotman's going to want to change it up now. He's running out of time banks for, I feel like, not really tough spots. And he can just check his option if he's having difficulty thinking about raising. No need to spend a time bank. So he makes the raise, doubles it. Lemmer's got to change it up because completing the small blind is no longer working out.
This is the Rotman gameplay that I'm more familiar with.
Yeah, he's pushing back now that he has chips.
Yeah.
And he actually covers Lemmer now.
There's a fold coming from Lemor.
Nice little gain, an extra 250 from the completion.
Migs Espino, shout out po my Mako, the Bulldog. And big shout out to Christmas. Hold on, what did you win again? Batang Metro Champion, Park Jeric Almusain. Happy watching to you guys. Three-handed final table. Renimar Rebo David, Lemor Patulot. And let me just Romel Rotman Calderon.
That's a big hand on the button. Just realized Lemmer just barely has 10 big blinds. He's got 11 big blinds. It's when you realize the entire, like every chip in this tournament is actually just 44 big blinds.
In 7 for Revo.
First time I actually saw him look at the cards. Usually seeing it before it gets to his turn. The danger for Revo is as he defers to Lemor to take care of Rotman, he himself might be losing some steam. Rotman on the button. Usually in three-handed, whoever has the button will raise and take the blinds until somebody plays back. Sometimes
I would with in a three-handed final table, I would really try and abuse the button.
It's just that
especially if
the
you have the
the
stack to
blinds were
do it.
so high, they just don't have as much room post flop to maneuver.
Ah, you're
If you
right in
start
this case,
out with,
yes.
yeah, if you start with an awful hand, but you're both 30 bigs deep, then okay, you can maneuver post flop. So they're playing it very small, completing a small blind, a free look for Lemmer. Queen 7 deuce, Revo's hit. Revo's gonna check to call, goes check, check. Gotta feel good about your 7 now. $650. And Lemmer's hand has 0 upside. It would be a pure float.
He'll probably let go at this point of his
Yeah,
hand.
there's really there's a ton of better spots than this.
For those who are asking, no deal yet. No
Yeah,
deal has
they
been
have not
made.
stopped at all. They just kept playing.
12 bigs for Lemor, 15 bigs for Rotman, 19 bigs for Rabo David.
I mean, if this holds till the end of this level, they might think about making a deal because there will be the skills will equalize as the blinds rise.
If Rabo David goes to win this, I think he's gonna uh it's gonna be a record of sort.
Some kind of back to back
Yes, the first
major.
back-to-back major champion or Metro Card Club.
Rodman's got an actual hand. Why is he pump fake folding this? I mean, too many antics and losing time bank cards. I mean, he's raced the last time Lemmer completed a small blind. He should just do so. It will not look strange at all. Decided to make it a shove and just end the hand right there. So here comes Rotman. Can I nickname him Dennis? Dennis Rotman, because he's been rebounding really great in the last 2 hours. Still three-handed, 934 players when they started several days ago. And then there were 3.
When I fired my first bullet in the qualifyings of this tournament, this is where I envisioned myself to be.
Hey,
Right at
not
this
bad,
moment,
because
this
you're
spot.
here now, aren't you? Perfect vision.
Just off tangent a little bit.
You got exactly what you wanted.
Lamar Patulat racing to 4 million.
It's the virtual shove.
Yes.
I mean, is it his favorite hand if it's not suited?
That's a good question. I was about to say that.
No, this one he can
No,
let go.
apparently not.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
suited one he did not let go. That's just going to be a battle of wills of who is going to be pushing more to keep getting this 850,000 from the middle. The final table in general has not been 3-bet heavy.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't even recall seeing a light 3-bet with a marginal hand. It's all been the goods, and even the goods has been flat called.
Rotman with queen deuce suited.
But he's got the button. And he gave it up earlier with 10-4 offsuit. He's going to give it up now with queen deuce suited. Going to let the blinds handle it. And this time, it's not being completed.
Now we're
Ooh,
racing to 1.3.
well,
Lemor.
this is a spot to
And
play
just
back hard.
play back, push back against this race.
It's not in bad shape if you get called by ace high. He's already announced a raise, or has he announced? Yep, 3-bet to 5 million, pretty much the whole thing. And a little bit of posturing, but this should be the end of the hand. Revo tried something different, and it didn't work out. Nice pickup for Lemor.
Yeah. And now he is ahead of our Rebel stack. Actually, they're almost just
This is as
even.
close as you can get. And with Rotman on top and Revo at the bottom.
This would be a good time to talk, to entertain a
Yeah.
possible deal.
Absolutely, because when this level ends and the blinds go up one more step, it just edges are neutralized so much more, and it becomes a matter of abusing that button to get ahead. And you're one call away from equalizing at any time, even if you get crippled. Revo makes it 1 million. Lemmer doesn't want to get sandwiched here. Got awful hand, and he's gonna likely leave it to Rotwell. Rotman. I keep calling him Rotwell. I gotta stop that. I'm so sorry, sir. Been watching too many documentaries. There you go. So now Rotman with a suited queen 6 can defend here. I thought he called. Oh, a little bit tricky there. The pump fake call. Not a fan of that. I don't know if he said anything because he's wearing a mask. So I don't know if you can bind him to calling, but I think that believe the dealer is asking right now because he did set down that plaque across the line.
Yes.
Just half of it across the line, not all the way across. And he didn't actually release it, but he set it down. And, you know, like I said, not a fan of these pump fake moves. You make your decision, you do it, and I know you're trying to get information, but there are some ways to do it and some ways not to do it. Me personally, I would make him call it.
So I think he's gonna be buying what?
He's saying he never released it, that he's just thinking and he's playing with his black like he's demonstrating now. But I think the correct and fair thing to do is to make him call it. And he might thank them after this flop. Let's see how it goes.
Rebel for sure doesn't like that he was buying that. He would rather take those
I'd rather
uncontested
take it
chips.
down, yeah. Now it's to play post flop, but you know why not?
Oh.
Why not? And you know, thing is, Rodman can check fold this. I like checking here. Just because not many players continue on a monotone with an ace showing. I think Rotman should just follow the mantra of moving less and speaking more. That we can avoid these kinds of, let's say, errors or confusion. I don't know if Revel called him out since couldn't really hear who called it out, but definitely was my first instinct was that someone had to address it.
Yeah.
Play on we go. Lemmer on the button now.
Ace high for him.
Best you can hope for from the button. Wish for a better kicker, but having the ace is pretty good. So hard having a marginal hand in a small blind. Once again, Rotman's got a lot of these extra motions. Like he's more focused on winning an argument against the dealer than he is on the game.
Some of our live stream viewers who probably played with him against during his cash game day, saying that's very typical of Rotman. Look at this, Revo David out flopping Lemore.
And what about the defense there with Jack Deuce of Diamonds? Hits the deuce, got running diamonds, but Lemmer continues for a million. And these are the kind of pots that can be a turning point because Revo is going with that deuce. Oh, that is going to cement his hand. I don't know if Lemmer can fire again. The 3 is so insignificant. It did improve his hand. Gave him a gut shot. Does he take the free card? If he barrels off, he's going to be committed. There it is. It's blanked out for Lemmer. It's going to feel sick if this goes check, check, and he loses to a paired deuce. It's a blocker bet. Even something to consider here. Looks like Rebel's going for it. That, sir, is not a value bet. Strange size, though. Kind of turned his hand into a bluff. But at the same time, it blocks Lemmer from a river shove, which would have been super hard to think about. Now Lemmer's being put in a spot where he might have to hero with ace high. Remember, Revo defended from the big blind and called on the flop. Very easily could have paired on the flop. Any draw on the flop, like 3-5 or 5-6 or 6-7, they all hit on the turn. Wow.
There's the call. Wow, wow,
Wow.
wow, 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 wow.
Revo, how does he do that?
That's gonna be tough. Yes.
What an interesting
Oh, with
decision when
ace high.
Revo decides to dunk out on the river. And he gets paid. By a hand he beats. That's magical. When you're bluffing, but you get called and it becomes a value bet.
Ang dami rin nga. Like you said, ang daming combo na nag-missed kasi on the river. You know, sa spot ni Lemmer, you'd think that ace high is
Oh,
good.
no, I see the texture on the board. Like any draw that was a draw on the flop kind of hits the 3 and the 7 on the turn and river, one or the other. So I was leaning towards unless Lemmer figures Revo was floating with paint. He wasn't beating any of the smaller cards, especially pocket pairs, small pocket pairs, small to medium suited connectors.
Uy, nanonood pala eh. All in. This
Here
could
we
be the
go.
end. Oh, well, Lemur is ahead, king
Yeah,
high.
Lemmer's
But
ahead.
if Bravo manages to outflop him, and this could be the end of the line for the favorite
Well, this is to me the
to
hardest part of a tourney.
think this one.
You can always whittle an opponent down to a point where he needs to fight from a corner, but can you take him out? That's out of your hands now. Boom!
Oh,
Oh, something for everybody.
up two pairs for Revo David. King high flush draw for Lemur. This ain't over unless a jack or a five shows on the turn.
Even a four adds outs.
Diamond
Oh,
on
now
the
he's
turn.
going to three outer.
Yeah, he's not yet drawing dead. I mean, I'm referring to Revo.
Gone back and forth, but Lemmer is going to double up.
Double up for Lemur. So
Well,
pinahiram lang niya yung chips, kinuha
yeah,
naman niya ulit.
he got that river bet. The river bet was about 2 million. He got that back and then some.
And then some. That's right. Big shout out Christian Leor. Sorry hindi ko pa napadala sa'yo. Naipit na ako dito. I'll send it later. Uh, it's he's got action on me. So AJ Akdal calling out a 5 in support of his fellow billiard player turned poker pro.
He had him right there. To finish off the what could be the consensus toughest opponent left. Instead, we play on three-handed. In 8 minutes, it's gonna be crazy. $1 million raise on the button. I like how Revo has amped it up. Fully opened up his range. Rotman, he's got an ace in hand. Seems like a no-brainer. Unless he wants to play post-flop out of position with a weak ace.
I think it's just gonna flat this.
I don't know. It's definitely not folding, but wouldn't shoving over the button be more optimal?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards that one.
He's flatting it,
If I'm in his
and
spot.
let's see how he plays. If he misses, fortunately he didn't miss. Unfortunately, they both hit.
So
It's gonna be worth one check
Botman to
call.
lose a few, yeah, some chips here.
Yeah, it's gonna be worth at least one call. Because a lot of raising hands miss this monotone. A lot of single club hands also bet this monotone. Meaning the 5 is sometimes ahead of Revo. But that pot is bloating fast. So if Rotman likes his 5, he might check raise all in here. So he's taking it slow. Definitely had one check call in him. Does he have 2? Depends. This could be an action killer on the turn. It's an action killer.
Yes.
Either Revo stops
Some
betting
chop outs
or
for
Rotman
Rotman.
stops calling. One or the other. All the clubs are chopping outs. The ace will put Rotman ahead, as will the 5. What do you do here? Do you take the free card or you take a small stab just to maintain initiative? Even a minimum bet? Everyone's going to slow down. Well, that helps. Yep. Bad time to bluff now. So you're saying even in cash games, Rotman spends most of his time talking to the dealers than
Yeah, some
watching the
doing
players.
the pulling off these moves. According to our most of our there's several live stream viewers commenting to such. Rotman had already checked. Now Rev was thinking how much value can he extract. 2.5.
You know, I'll tell you later privately what I think it means when a player is talking to someone not in the hand. In this case, the dealer. So there's the value bet. But who can call? A single club hand.
All that 5 is a bluff catcher for Rotman.
He does have 2 pair, but it's more than half his stack. That's the price of heroism right now. Better be careful where he puts those chips. Again with the discussion. And he might be out of time banks.
3 minutes remaining on this level, and then we'll go on our third break for this final table. I think, if my memory serves me right, even the tables, the live streams that we've worked together, Coach Ron, this is the first time
Yeah, these
that we
blinds.
are.
I've never seen
are
beyond 500K.
yeah,
I mean, just the
and
fact
the
that
break.
they're three-handed, but they're all short stacks.
Oh, I
Is
think Rotman doesn't have any time bank left. That's why when the countdown ended, his hand was deemed automatically dead.
yeah, and I think he was folding anyway, but he wanted to look like he wasn't going to. And see, like that's what happens when you haphazardly use your time banks for the marginal decisions. Of course, he was never hero calling for more than half his stack there. And with that, Rotman is back on the bottom.
Even the pride of Papa Chups Resto Bar, Ian Reyes says, ganyan talaga yan. Marlon Santos is asking Coach Ron, is it making that he is nervous? Is it masking that he is nervous or lacking confidence? He's trying to.
Marlon is right in the ballpark of interpreting that. Let me put it this way, like most players don't talk to or look at the player they are most afraid of in a hand. So like in a three-way, they might engage in a discussion against someone they think they can beat, which means they're more afraid of the other guy.
Some comments in our YouTube live chat is calling out this as angle shooting. Familia Feliciano says it's angle shooting.
Well, they're
And
talking
he
to the dealer,
pretends to, or when he makes,
not so much, but all the pump fakes with the
yeah,
chips
something like,
landing near the calling area, yeah, those not very productive because every second he spends, not only is he out of time banks, but he's gonna face bigger blinds soon. You want to play as many hands as you can before really hurts, especially if you're the shortest stack.
Alex Taneo is saying pocket nines din versus Ace King. Nag-double up kay Rebo David on sa day 2. From 175k short stack, na-river niya yung 9. Two pairs on the flop yung Ace King. Well,
Oh my God,
if you're
two hands.
destined to be,
Look at
it's
it. Two hands that
gonna
look
happen.
like gold right now. Blind versus blind. I don't blame them if they want to go to war, but both of these. But Revo is playing it slow. I think Lemmer will be content to check this back. It's just too strong of a hand. And he's going to go all in. I don't know if Revo can insta call 6 million. So tempting with that suited paint.
I think he's careful not to return the advantage to Lemor, especially that Lemor has position on him. I don't think he's gonna call with Queen High,
Yeah,
even though
I
it
know
looks
I
good
know he
having
wants
Queen
to
Jack
bust him,
suited.
but you can try to bust him when he has 3 million, not when he has 6. Bit of a different dynamic because he had completed a small blind, so his hand's actually underrepresented. Yeah, here's where the discipline will come in, and he listens to the voice in his head that says, you know what, better spot later.
There's the fold, and we're going on our third break of this final table. 10 minutes. We'll be right back.
Back in action. And Lemar charges back in with a 1 million gain. Man, the blinds are high. You're watching the final three players of the PPT 4 million guaranteed tournament. Final table, live streaming from the Metro Card Club in Pasig. Man, 37 levels. Blinds are 300,000, 600,000. It is a grind here. Average stack is 7.7 million. There's only about 22 million chips in play. Close to 23 million chips. But look at it this way. The average stack is just under 13 bigs. So this is the part of the game where the skills tend to equalize and get neutralized because the blinds are so high. It all becomes a matter of urgency and aggression. And as you see here, Revo sees an ace. He's just going to play it really fast and really hard. Revo's got 13 million. Rotman back down to 3 million after a brief stint as the chip leader. Very brief. For about one hand, he was chip leader. But Revo has been relentless since he bounced out of the bottom. Lemmer has been chip lead for most of this final table, but ran into trouble when he tried to bust a couple of guys. Most notably, he tried to bust Rotman and ended up doubling him up, and that is how he is no longer the chip leader. Revo on the button, Jack 9 offsuit should be good enough to raise. I think we'll be rejoined shortly by our former birthday boy. It's now officially no longer the birthday of Mr. Jester Inchia. So what happened there? Revo did not raise his button. He's going to leave it to Lemmer to try to make life miserable for Rotman. But it's only a call, so Rotman can take a free look. Best case result for him. With this bad of a hand, he gets to see the flop for free. Take that free look. He is out of time bank cards. 10 high versus 5 high. Flop is King, Queen, 9. Nothing for anybody. First one to bet could take this down. Let's see if Lemmer takes advantage. The minimum bet now is 600. And he has bet 700. That is the end of this hand. Rotman down to 2.4 million, 4 big blinds. And he'll pay a small one here. Lemmer now has the button. And we'll see if he continues to put the pressure on. As Rotman is once again on the brink. Brink of elimination.
So
Well,
we've
Lemmer's got an
broken.
ace.
So this is a new milestone in terms of final table, Coach Ron. I think this is the first time that we're seeing a 300,000, 600,000 blinds since we've started the TV table.
I will take your word for it. It does feel that way. Well, they both have an ace. Very interesting. I think Rotman should just play back with everything. Lemmer's pretty much putting them all in, and wow!
Wow.
Uh,
I think he's lost focus already.
Well,
Uh,
they changed the dealer, and maybe his focus left with the other dealer. But yeah, to be on the ropes with less than 4 big blinds and still give up on an ace.
that was a jam already.
Yeah, there are a lot of hands that Lemmer raises the button with that don't have an ace, and you like to think your ace is blocking that possibility. Yeah, I know sometimes he's dominated, but a lot of times his ace high is better. Perhaps he's more comfortable just jamming from the button, not facing any action, and he will get his blinds back. I mean, that's one way to look at it. Thinking this should be auto jam with almost anything, but maybe not that. If they read the Just the Incha playbook and just pretend to look at your hand, he can be jamming there. And he might have taken down the blinds.
Yeah, I would have do it like that. But prior to that, I would have jammed with that A7.
He might have taken that pot if he don't look jammed the button. Just pretend look and then jam it. And if he does get called, well, you gotta take a stand. Too many players blinding out tonight. And he's paid a big blind right now. This might as well be the hand, no matter what it is. Unless there's a shove and a call in front of him. Yep, this makes it easy. Revo's not going to pass up this opportunity. You do want the chips.
Alex Lai, last year's champion, has a correction. Last year's PPT ended at 400,000, 800,000. So this is not yet a new milestone for the live stream coverage.
Okay, well then it's a milestone for 2025, but definitely not,
Oh, yeah,
not
that's a
in
good way of
history.
putting it.
Thank
Not
goodness
record breaking.
we got these players to help us with the history. A lot has gone on. Meanwhile, this race is just gonna take it down, and Rotman has 2 big blinds. He is on the dealer button, and he will be called by anybody in the big blind. Whether he shoves now or he waits for his button, these are this hand or the next will be the one, but it might as well be this one because he doesn't have anything to gain on the next one. And on the next one, he gets called by both players. So a bit of too late to be choosy now. See, Lemmer can just get out of the way, knowing Revo's gonna snap call anything.
Or he
he
can
might,
limp to help
yeah,
Rodman, but
he
yeah.
can limp and then try to check it down, just to secure the second place.
Rodman with ace 8, but Revo
Wow.
with pocket 8s. And eto na.
Not bad for Rodman to come up with ace 8, but pretty
Yes.
disappointing that Revo has to come up with a pair here. Not too far behind. Seen ace 8 all night. Player busted with it, and it's been reliving its reputation as the dead man's hand. Let's see if
Dead
that
man's
changes.
hand. Exactly. The outer for Rodman, or he will be busted out at third place.
Well, only an ace or
Uh-oh.
king can counterfeit.
Yeah, you don't want a king or an ace on that river
Extra
if you're
outs for
Revo David.
Rodman to survive.
End of the line for Rotman. Exits at third place. He
And
gets
now,
210,000 plus a main event seat worth 55,000 for the upcoming Philippine Poker Millions. And we have a heads up for the championship as predicted, as wished.
yeah,
This is what
took a while to get here, but nobody is
yeah,
surprised.
yeah, audience wants to see. And of course, Coach Ron, this is gonna take. They're giving the Revo and Lemor a short break because they'll be setting this up. There'll be some pictures taking. So essentially, we are gonna go on break also here at the panel while we give uh, time for the final table heads up to be set up. All right, we'll be right back. We're just gonna take the break here at the panel, but we will let them see what's transpiring on the actual tournament table. All right, and we are now heads up for the 2025 Philippine Poker Tournament here at the Metro Card Club, home of Philippine Poker Champions. Revo David versus Lemor Patulot. Revo ahead with 14 million in chips, while Lemor has 9 million. And prior to the start of this heads up, the two players have agreed, Coach Ron, to an ICM deal assuring Revo David with a payout of 587,500 and Lemor Patulot with a payout of 510,800. They will fight out for the remaining 10% of the total prize pool, which is amounting to 122,000.
I have to refresh. Seem to have lost the feed for me.
Percent of this heads up. Take your pick, guys. Jasder de Torres railing for Lemor, Alvir Innocentes. I know he's railing for Revo David. Na, pwede nyo nang pagpustahan tong dalawang to. It's gonna be a good heads-up match. Revo David drawing first blood, taking down that first spot. This is a 2-1 chip advantage in favor of Revo David, who, if he wins this tournament, will set the record for the first back-to-back major titles being taken down by a player here at the Metro Card Club. Remember, he took down the last major tournament of 2024, which is the Christmas special, and now on the brink of another major championship with Lemor Patulot.
Well, that's recent history, but didn't Mike Takayama win two cars in a row?
But not consecutive. Not sure if that
Yeah,
was
so
consecutive.
there might
Funny
have been
thing is,
some
we were
tourneys
just
in
talking
between.
about it during his birthday last month. We were talking about the early days, the beginnings of Mike Takayama, and he did mention he won two cars. I'm not sure though if they are consecutive tournaments. With the
Um,
vid,
Got the best hand and got better. And for Lemmer, he's got the best miss with the ace showing and his king high. No bet there. Whoever wanted Lemmer to try to steal it. And first blood.
and in just two hands, Revo have widened the gap.
There just aren't any big blinds left here. So it's 17 bigs to 6.5 bigs. So there isn't a lot of room to maneuver. I love this angle when everyone's on the rail and all you can see are the shoes of the railbirds. It's like a showcase. There should be an
Yeah.
instruction that all railbirds should wear unique shoes.
Suited connectors for Revo and
Wow.
premium ace for Lemor.
Want to play this fast? It's only a call, so probably want to raise this. Try to maximize the gain here. Rebel's trying to keep the pot small. So Lemmer wants to do the opposite. Oh, no. He's played it straight. Went for the throat, did not get a call. So he's going to take the minimum win here. Make a little bit of headway. See if he balances that out with some of the weaker aces. So first foray there from the button for Revo. He completes it, and that is the response he has gotten. Let's see if Lemmer will also limp his button.
Another jam for Lemor.
A few jams in a row until he gets called, maybe, or until he pulls closer to even.
Definitely he's gonna jam all the ace X's. If first to act, unless he's facing an open from Revo.
Well, he has balanced out Ace King and Ace 8. He'd play them both the same way. Not facing a raise, he just jams it. Grab on the button again. Let's see if he attempts to limp in. Or just gives him a walk. He knows if he limps in, he might face some aggression. See if he tries again. Yep, he's going to try it again. Time Lemmer has
It's gonna be a
arguably
check for Lemor.
the worst hand. People think 7 deuce is the worst hand, but statistically 3-2 is worse. Oh, he's pulled ahead. Any hit is a good hit when your head's up. Lemmer's checked it. Rebel takes the free card. Getting vulnerable out there. Does Lemmer check twice? Yes, he has, and Revo has 9 high. Cannot win a showdown. So he makes a bet. Lemmer hasn't called, but he has raised. And what's Revo's play gonna be here? It's gone check raise on this turn. And success for Lemmer. Got a little bit of extra dead money there. Another 650k by inducing the bluff. Making headway here. 14-9 now is the count. Closing in on a thrilling conclusion of a battle well fought by these two gentlemen. The final 2 players sitting. Lemmer with suited junk. Does have the button. And this is pro heads up, ladies and gentlemen. Folding the button. Not an option. See a flop. It's 3-6-10. Revo is ahead in this one.
Edge Lopez. Shout out kay Edelbert Padilla Fabricante watching from Uzbekistan. Shout out to you and happy watching. Revo the beat's gonna bet.
Oh, he's
Check
calling.
calls with
Yeah,
his
he's
top
checked the
pair.
call. Now Lemmer's picked up a showdown value card as he's paired his bottom. That's why he checks behind on this one. 2 pairs for both players. Yeah, should be checked behind
Revo
it.
the
Both
beat
wanna
will
go to
take down
showdown.
that pot.
A bit of a step back. Lemmer gives back the 650. He had one in the previous hand.
Vince Nachor is saying my dream heads up for this tournament, as I've mentioned earlier, but he is waiting for Revo here. 60% chance of taking down the trophy, he said.
Wow, wow, 60%. What a nice round number. If I recall, this whole discussion was brought up by Alvier and Juan Paulo early on in the broadcast.
King 6 suited for Revo David. Raise it to 1.2. Lemor with pocket queens.
It's a nice amount of dead money to take down unless he wants to play this one slower. He's out of position though. The worst thing that can happen is if he flats this and the flop either has a king or Revel doesn't c-bet it. So Lemmer's gonna try to get more money in now. 3-bets it to 3 million. Bit of a different sequence. Lemmer's been shoving previously with unraised spots. This one is a raised spot and he's 3-betting half his stack. Wow. Revo is going to play a
Revo
flop
making the
here.
call.
And with the pot at 6.1, Lemmer can just take it down. That's just about right for Lemmer. Enough that Revo might have hit the jack or the 10. Does he want to two-step this or just stick it in now?
Lemor
Pretty
with a
much,
3
yeah,
million bet on the flop.
pretty much the whole thing. And what a nice little gain from that 3-bet. Now we're even.
Now we're even, just like that. Raymond Nares, pa-shoutout po Raymond and Ram watching from Japan. Shoutout and hope you're enjoying this heads-up action between Revo David and Lemor Patulot. Hit the heat, ang lakas ni Revo, sabi niya.
Wow. Hit the heat. Where are you?
Facundo, tama ka dyan. 80% chance of taking down the picture. Of course. Pasado na mula simula pa lang. Ace high for Lemor.
This has been open shove for him, but he has more chips now. Might play it different.
Jimmy Rosete, ICM deal. Difference of 70,000 between the two. And may pinaglalabanan silang 122,000 for the champion. Our live stream audience pretty much split between Lemor and Revo. Jairo mga lindan, shoutout po, idol ko yung dalawa. Congrats sa mananalo.
It's harder to call it now that they're even. Just absolute garbage on the button. But for the sake of balance, Revo's going to call.
Ayan, nabuhay na ulit si Juan Paulo de la Peña calling out Alvir Inocente saying,
I
your
wonder.
horse versus mine.
I wonder if they ever PM the side bet and got that going.
Look
Boom,
at this.
Revo.
Revo, from the looks of it, mukhang paparating talaga dito si Revo David. Makikita mo yan sa baksak ng baraha.
Well, Lemmer's got nothing to call with here. So I don't know if even a min bet is going to get a call. Lemmer's
Juan
coming
Paulo
from.
de la Peña, not only 2 A's champion of champions, si Lemor Patulot, but 2025 leaderboard champion of Metro Card Club.
I think you were hot on his heels for a while there. Were
Which
you?
one?
On that leaderboard.
Oh no, we just like in the online league, the top 10 battled it out for a single day tournament, the free roll, and Lemor ended up taking that 1 day tournament. I
Ah,
landed in third place. Tony B landed in second place. I had I won the RVS Cup, I would have ended as the season champion.
yeah, you were going for number one there.
Mark Alvin Israel, pa-shoutout po sa idol ko si Revo. Ayan. Sabi naman ni Alvir, maayos yan kaya deserve kahit sino makakuha. Tama naman.
Wala yatang nakasa yung dalawa, no?
King 10. Revo, maximum pressure, jams all in.
Got Lemmer backing up slowly into a corner again after being even for a second.
Indeed, sabi ni Revo David is back-to-back. If he does win this, he's gonna be a back-to-back major tournament champion here at the Metro Card Club. Jack 6 suited.
These two play any two cards and they play them well. Lemmer's taking free looks with the weaker hands and he's shoved with the ace high hands. Gonna stay with that for now. Not a paired boards in this heads up match. Well, open ender against the top pair now. And Lemmer's going to lead into it as his hand has improved. Got to be worth at least a call for a Revo.
Pabor ang baksak ng baraha dito for Revo David.
Utter brick at the end. And it is just 9 high for Lemmer. We're going to see a surrender here. Or is he going to take one more shot? Got to be a big one. It's got to be a polarizing, hotish bet. About half. 1.1. I think Revo just pays him off here. And Lemmer had to show 9 high. Backed him a little further towards the corner. But still has about just under 12 big blinds. They'll over 2-1 advantage. It really isn't a definitive edge until it's about 3-1. Then you can think about going for the kill. But if you go for the kill too early, you double up a guy, you could be losing your lead. Some issues under the table there. From that angle, it looked like something you would see at a Formula One race, where they do a quick pit and swap something out from under the table. And we're back in action. Whoever's got 10-6 of diamonds on the button. So far, it's just been completing, and that hasn't changed. Alright, we're gonna take a free look with 7-5 of hearts. Hope he flops something good. Let's see the flop. Well, he did pick up the 7, and all Lemmer's got is hope for more diamonds. Revo himself has a running heart outs. He is gonna hang around. He does have the better hand at this point. Now it's a flush draw shaping up for Lemmer. His hand has improved from 10
This is how
high to
you.
flush draw.
Sometimes this is how you spew chips.
Yes, because when your hand improves, you have to keep betting. And
Yes.
you have to keep telling that story, and it might take a third bet to get Revo off this hand. I think he bet a little over 1 million there. But if the river breaks and Revo finds a call to whatever that bet is going to be, Lemmer will be backed all the way to the corner. Wow, Revo sticking to his read that his 7 is good. Uh-oh. Lemmer spiked it. And he's going to check behind here. I don't think he tries to bet for value after getting called twice. Just what does Revo do? Fire a blocker? Last time he did, he got called. So if he does this here, he's going to get called again. Oh, Lemmer. Is he actually betting for value? He's so impressive if he puts a bet out. It's like he knows Revo has a 7. But he takes a showdown instead. Nice pickup.
Yes, and Lemmer getting some of the chips he lost earlier.
Back to 14-9. No real advantage here. I'm sure neither of them thought this was going to be easy. So it is playing out this way. I love this junk on junk action. And now they both hit. Essentially, two bottom pairs. Lemmer's got 5 outs or a redraw if a diamond falls, or a 6. That does not count as a redraw, so he's now strictly drawing to the 5 outs. And this will get a showdown. I'll be brilliant if Revo bets this and induces another hero call from Lemmer. He does bet 1.5. Talk about thin value. He's going for it.
And expect Lemmer to probably. Oh, wow. What a good fold from Lemmer.
Pretty good fold. Well, he fell for it earlier on. He's not calling as lightly now. And what's impressive about Revo is I don't think he turned his hand into a bluff there. I really did think he was betting for value.
Then 8 off for Lemor.
Looks like he's changing it up this time.
He's gonna raise it 2x.
Last time someone raised 2x on the button, it was 3-bet by queens. This time it's going to be a call, and this is actually the first raise pot, I think, that we are playing. And that ace showing would be good for Lemmer.
Lemor firing a continuation bet here. That ace high favors him.
Super hard to float out of position with queen high that has nothing to do with the board. It's just
And
pure
Revo David
balls.
will let it go. Zarkembao, thank you for the greeting.
We're a minute and 40 away from tying the highest level. That's brought up by Alex Lai. 400, 800. Coming up soon. We need to update those cards. This is a new hand now.
Yes.
And here we go. We gotta do a bit of catching up.
23 bigs versus 11 bigs. Revo with the upper hand.
We expect the hands to catch up in a blur here, and we'll see what the action is. There's already been a raise from the button. Revo actually has a raising hand there.
Ace jack off for Revo.
Oh, Lemmer.
Wow, it's a call in and a call.
A bit of bad timing. Lemmer was trying to bust a move there, but that move might bust him. It's at
And
risk now.
Revo the bead on the brink of history here. Personal milestone. Becoming a back-to-back major tournament champion.
And too bad if this hand ends here, then they will not make it to the longest game ever
Yes.
conversation.
Right. Queen
7,
high,
4,
ace jack still
queen.
ahead.
Any pair for Lemmer, he's got those 6 outs. Unimproved, the ace jack will win. Does not actually need to hit anything. Just needs Lemmer to miss this river.
And we have our 2025 Philippine Poker Tournament champion, Renimar Revo David. Good game, and congratulations to Lemor Patulot of the Metro Team Pro for coming in second. Two PPTs in a row that the Metro Team Pro player coming in as runner-up. Last year it was Zardi Rivera. This year it's gonna be Lemor Patulot. And our champion, Revo David, will have a back-to-back major tournament title under his belt. Congratulations once again. And we usually do an interview, Coach Ron, but unfortunately, our current setup in the studio will not allow that. So we're probably gonna.
These guys are probably dog tired.
Yes, indeed. All right, and that's gonna be the end of our live stream coverage of this Philippine Poker Tournament. And Coach Ron, any parting words before we say goodbye to our audience?
Oh, just an awesome grind. I love that it was this long for those reasons that you really feel what it takes to take down a major tourney. Sometimes you really got to work for it, and Revo really did. Coming up from the bottom to the top and holding on to finish against the toughest player at the final table.
Yeah, that's right. And once again, in behalf of the men and women of the Metro Card Club, the dealers, the floors, the tournament, what do you call this? The TD, the tournament director, uh, and the general manager, Miss Maylina Advincula, our team of operators here in our live stream, and all congratulations to all the players who made it to the money, to our final table players, and in behalf of Metro Card Club, my partner Coach Ron Regis, ito po ang inyong lingkod, Jester Intia, nagsasabing maraming salamat, magandang gabi, mabuhay ang manlalarong pokeristang Pilipino.
Champions, Mr. Eno. Champions, Mr.